Hello everyone. Welcome to the main day of Java On Conference 2022. My name is Roma. I'm glad to welcome all of you here. I hope we're online and you can see us, you can hear us. Let me invite here my co-host, Igor Ivanovic. Igor, welcome to the virtual studio. Hello.
Hello, colleagues. Happy to join because as we yesterday told on our first day, we waiting for this event about six months. Amazing, and this day
Yeah, that's
happened.
true.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true. Amazing. We did a great work, and I hope that you can hear us, you can see us. So we're waiting for your comments in all the chats we have. So I'm really thrilled. I'm really thrilled about this day. We have 10 talks. No, today we have 8 talks, right? 8. So we had 2 yesterday, and today we have 8 more talks in 2 streams. So I'm really thrilled. This should be just great conference, I suppose. So,
And
how do you feel?
we must to say that it's just not just a talk. It's talks about very important things. For example, about revolution in Java. I'm waiting for this one. But all of these talks are very interesting and about investigation, how Java is with different languages.
Yeah, but also with Java talks, we would have more talks not only about Java but also about cloud, because cloud is a great part of our work right now, and not only about that, also about big data and about frameworks, not only about Spring, by the way, but also about Helidon project and about functional programming. So a lot of great stuff we would have today. I really can't wait for that. I wonder how many people are looking right now. Well, okay, around 100 people. I hope more people will come. They will just receiving their notification in their calendars. So I suppose we may move to small presentation from my side to tell you more about our conference. So, Java On Conference, 7th and 8th of December. Today is the main day of all conference. So, we had 3 communities who made this conference happen, who work really hard to make it possible and to deliver you all this content. This is MGC community, this is Mini community, and this is JaCoV community. So, participants of these 3 communities did their job for last half a year, as Igor already mentioned, and we really tried our best to bring this conference to you. But this conference could not happen without our sponsors. So our sponsors are We Are Community, which is platform who support us with all this functionality where you may see agenda and where you may enter to talks and all this stuff. This, of course, JetBrains, who bring us some good stuff for you and you can win it. And of course, our main sponsor is EPAM, and I would glad to invite to our virtual studio. Just let me open it. I lost the window with our studio. So yeah, let me invite to our studio Evgen Mospan, head of Java Competency Center of EPAM. Evgen, hi.
Hi guys, and Roman, thanks for giving a chance to talk on this great conference, guys. I think you will enjoy it, and looking forward for good engineering talks. This is really important. Roman and Igor has 2 times already mentioned that the conference has been postponed for 6 months, and I would talk a little bit why. The main reason is basically war that has been started by Russia against Ukraine. And I would like to use this opportunity to tell you how we feel in our country. So I am coming from Kharkiv, Ukraine, which is in eastern part. And would like you to understand how important for us is the support from all over the world. And we would like to ask you to act and help us as well. So let me tell you, let me check that everything is working. So let me tell you about what is happening right now in Ukraine. I'm almost sure that you all read the public sources of information. You watch different streams on YouTube and whatever platform it is. But real experience is real experience. So those Ukrainians who experience this situation, they are the people who really understand what is happening. For me, it's not just the numbers. So when we talk that 11.5 million of Ukrainians have to move from their own cities on 24th of February, it's not like a big number. It's my own experience as well. My wife and I were woken up at 5 o'clock by rocket attacks. Hopefully our children were sleeping and we had some time to get prepared. And we decided not to wait in Kharkiv, and I decided to move my family into a safe place because I live 2 kilometers away from the Sokol Road around Kharkiv, and actually first Russian troops were there in 2 hours. So at 7 o'clock I was seeing the first fires in one of the biggest districts of Kharkiv named Saltovka, where I grown up, and so we moved. I still remember the picture when we were driving the car, and several kilometers ahead, the only thing that I was seeing were red lights of autos. So it's like a huge traffic jam on the highway. And actually it is still a problem, but moving is only one part. When I read news, the most awful for me is actually related to children, because a lot of them have lost their parents. Some of them died. And the picture that you see in the background, it's a reality right now. So children are not getting the pictures on the playground, on the real playgrounds where they're supposed to be. They have photos with these military machines, and a friend of my son, of my elder son, he was having the same photo. So it's really, really personal for me, and this is something that should not be happening. And if we talk about the potential issues that we will be having, war is not the only issue. So we know how to tackle it. We win. All the world will win because all the world is supporting Ukraine. But still, right now, 30% of the Ukrainians' territory is mined. And actually, when we talk about coming back to our homes, it's not that easy because every mother, every father, they are really thinking about what will happen when their children will go to the forest or to the park or even to the home yard. So I was in a lot of cities in Ukraine during this period, and I came back several times in Kharkiv. Currently, I'm in Kiev, so I'm in the office, so I'm safe. 2 days ago, I was in Kharkiv, and I will move there as well. In my home yard, I find the part of the rocket. So this is not something happening to somebody; it's happening to real people. When I was at home of my parents' home, so the rocket from the reactive, or I don't know how to say it properly, from multi-launch system was not actually exploded, and it was just in the road, so in the middle of the road. And this will be the huge problem. So this territory, 30% of Ukraine, it's like 2 Austrias. It's very huge territory, and we will be working to clean it up for next several years. And not only soldiers are dying during the war, so it cost a lot of injuries to civilians, and the official statistic most probably doesn't represent the reality. But I'm very proud to be a part of a PAM company who stand with Ukraine from the first days of the war. EPAM is doing a lot to make sure that it contributes to necessary volunteer funds, that EPAM employees are safe. EPAM employees themselves, they are volunteers, and actually another story that I would like to tell you is those who were moving to Eastern Europe. A friend of mine was helping our military guys by sending the translating instruction from Poland from Polish to Ukrainian for some weaponry, because they were simply not understanding how to do this. So actually, a lot of people are working to bring the victory closer, not only on the front line, but actually everywhere, and not only in Ukraine. EPAM has lots of programs that is collecting funds and brings them to necessary program in Ukraine. So we are also, as other IT society, are working on the IT products and software to tackle modern challenges. Most of them I cannot talk because it is not safe, but believe me, there are a lot of actually right now initiatives which really help to tackle new kind of challenges. I'm just checking if I didn't miss anything important. Okay, and what I would like to mention is that you also can help. And during this conference, we decided to encourage you to donate to Leleka Foundation, which is basically the fund established by Ukrainians who moved to US, and they are helping since 2014 in the medical area, and mostly they deliver necessary stuff to paramedics. This year, I decided also to take some courses about paramedics, and even this couple of hours that I spent show me how difficult this is, because those people are tackling not only with the danger to themselves, they are supposed to help, and they are really helping people who are injured, and this is not easy task. So Leleka is basically helping to deliver the goods from Europe and USA to Ukraine, and basically making sure that funds are being properly spent. You probably heard that we have a lot of other funds, and most of them are saying that there is no small and big donations. Every donate is helping. So if you think that what will change my $2, this will change a lot. And actually, we know it for sure. And what we would like to focus right now is basically tactical emergency medicine, first aid kits, and medical backups and tourniquets, and winter packages, because this is right now is really actual. Winter is cold in Ukraine, and that is why it is important to make the injured person warm before even getting to the hospital or providing the first aid. So on the screen, you see the QR code that will lead you to the special service. With the help of your card, you can donate. We've checked it; it works. You can find this information also on our main page on WIA community platform. And to be on the positive side, I would like you also to tell one thing. So right now in Ukraine, we have a lot of blackouts. We have problems with internet connection. So when we were planning this sponsorship work, I told Roman that I can be in the field or I can be without internet or without power. And this is something that is really happening right now. But the strange thing is life goes on. And if I have opportunity to talk with other people, to deliver this message, to actually love, I am doing this. And so professional life is also should go on. And that is why I do really hope that the content that we have prepared for you will help you to grow professionally, to extend your network, and of course, share your knowledge in future. So enjoy the conference. Thank you for attention. Please donate. Slava Ukraini. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you again for your words. Thank you very much for your message. Guys, I want to tell you that all information which was shared, it could be found on our page on We Are Community platform. I will post a link to our page. If you don't know where it is, I will post it to the chat right now. So all information could be found there. Please don't hesitate to visit our page to find all information. Evgen, thank you very much for your words, and I suppose we may proceed with opening of our conference. Igor, welcome back. So, yeah, guys, let me proceed with what will be on our conference. So this was the word of our sponsor. Also, we have a lot of information partners who help us to share information about our conference. This is a lot of Java communities all around the world, basically. You can see their logos here. If you see something which could be familiar for you, please join these communities. They are always wanted for new participants, new speakers, new people who will join them and help them grow and help them become better. And we're waiting for more communities next year. We hope more communities will come to us, and we are glad to have a Java network all around the world. Also, I want to share with you that we have Instagram account. This is java.conference. I will tell you a bit later for what we needed. So there are some information there already, some information from yesterday, and also will be more posts during today and in future. For sure we'll have more. Also, we have Twitter, Java on Conf. Same thing as in Instagram, Twitter, and important thing, we have a Discord server, and all interaction, all collaboration, all the stuff is happening there. Discussion zones will happen there, so I really encourage you to join. And also, I may show you like this. This is more or less like how our Discord server looks like. So this is a screenshot from yesterday. Today you will see the similar thing, but also you will see streams for our today talks. So we have a chat per each talk where you can leave your questions, where you can discuss this talk with speaker, where you can discuss this talk with other participants, and also we have discussion zone. So discussion zone name, the same name as the stream color. I will tell you a bit more about it a bit later. And also we have general chat, so please join our Discord server. Again, this is the QR code, and also I will share the link to the chat in a couple seconds. And before proceed, I already mentioned we have two streams today. So we have purple stream and we have orange stream. So I will be the host of purple stream. This is right here. You don't need to leave anywhere. And Igor, he will open his wings and fly to orange stream on the nearest here on YouTube. Yeah.
All who wants to take a look on on other topics, not in this stream, please pay attention that we will need to switch on another stream, YouTube stream.
Yeah, in description.
In description, you can find links.
Yeah, so you always may switch between streams. So in description here, you will see the link to orange stream, and in orange stream, you will see in the description link to purple stream. So you always may switch, and we always will notify you what will be the next talk here and what will be the next talk there. And I also will mention. So Igor, thank you very much for being with me on the opening. See you on the closing. Have a good stream.
Have a good luck, Roman.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you later.
Okay, and I will proceed with my small presentation about the conference, a few things to mention and not to miss. So Discord server, please join it. Link will be posted in the chat just in a few seconds. I will ask my colleagues who's in the chat to post the link if they may, or I will post a bit later. So yesterday we had two great talks from Alexander and from Oscar. You may find the recording of the stream in description as well. It calls Stream Students Day, so you may open it and all the talks are there already. And also all the talks will be posted later, so don't miss it, don't miss the recordings. And today we have a full day of great talks. So you see we have two streams, purple one, this one, and orange one, the one Igor flight to, so you may find link in the description. And these are our speakers for today. Great talks from leaders, experts from the industry, from Google Dev experts, from Java champion. We will have really great day. I'm really thrilled about it. Also, I want to show you how the next talk will look like. So if you see a picture like this, this basically means that you are on purple stream and next speaker will be the one in the big square, but also in the square on the right, you see the next speaker on the orange stream. So if you would like more to watch the talk on the orange stream, please go to the description, click on the link and switch to orange stream. The very same thing will be on orange stream. So you would see the next speaker on the orange stream and the name of the stream, of course. And on the right side, you will see smaller square with next speaker on purple stream. So if you want to switch back to purple stream, go to description, click on the link and go back. I hope you won't be lost. And if you will, go to our Discord channel, go to chat on YouTube, go to anywhere you want and just ask like, hey guys, I'm lost, please. How can I watch the talk? All the agenda, everything could be found on our VR community platform. So if you totally missed, also in the description always there is the link to the event, to VR community platform. Go there and you will find all the agenda. Also, link to Discord server is in the description, so you may find it there. Don't miss it. And one more thing. In Discord server, we will have a lot of activities for you today, not only to watch talks, but also to have fun and to win some prizes. As already said, we have some IntelliJ license, basically any product license from JetBrains. You may win it. So to win the license, you need to participate in our activities. So some activities will be posted in Discord. They're quite fun. And also we have an activity for Instagram and Twitter, which is called While I'm Watching Java On. So what you need to do, you need to take a picture. This is me yesterday, and post it to the Twitter or Instagram and tag us. You always may find our links and our tags on the left upper corner, somewhere here, should be somewhere there above me. So find it, post a picture, and you participating. We will choose the winner in the end of the conference. Today on the closing, we will tell who won and give the licenses. So that's basically what I wanted to share with you. Enjoy the conference, of course. We did our best to prepare it, and I really hope this conference would be just great, just great. This is anything I really believe to. Let me check. So we have around 200 people here on the stream, and I suppose we have something like this on the orange stream. So this is something which is really happening. Okay, while we're waiting for our next speaker, let me invite here the moderator of our next talk. This is Alex. Alex, hi, welcome to the Java On conference.
Hello, Roman. Nice to be here. Nice to see this fantastic conference. I've been to majority of talks yesterday, and I am really impressed of the level of content you're providing. So that's really fantastic. How are you doing?
Yeah. Fine, fine. You know, it's that you just need to start doing something, and after that, it's just like rolling. So yeah. So we are waiting for our next speaker. This is Vadzim Kavalkou, as far as I remember. What can you tell us about his talk? What would it be about?
Well, you know, we're moving from on-premises to containers and from containers to cloud. And it's, to be honest, quite important to understand what technology we should use in every area. Because, you know, Java was invented more than 20 years ago, and it was fantastically fine in backward compatibility. At the same time, we have a big burden of legacy, like long startup time. And of course, we have a lot of opportunities, frameworks and tools which allows us to make our Java application running better, like GraalVM. And our major frameworks like Spring Framework or Quarkus also provide us with support of all these things. And well, if Quarkus was built as cloud-native solution from the very, very beginning, it was built from scratch. Spring has a long burden of gain of many software which were already written on it, and it's necessary to migrate bit by bit, step by step, module by module. And Vadim will tell us what we should use, and in order to migrate, let's say, what should we use in order to start thinking properly about building cloud native applications, first of all, and what framework might be better for your case. And also, there is another, let's say, important aspect of the talk. Vadim highlights what's regarding performance as well, because even if your application starts quickly and works slowly, it means nothing. It's not something very, very good.
And saying that, let me invite Vadim here so he would join our discussion. Hello, Vadim. How are you?
Hi, everyone. Awesome. Thank you. How are you guys?
Good. Is this your first cup of coffee today?
This is not a coffee. It's milk with honey. Oh,
nice. Nice. Cheers. I have tea here. So cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, Sasha, you're with us. So, Vadim, we were discussing your talk and how could it be useful for guys who are listening to us. Maybe you can give us some spoilers. Like, what will you share with us?
No spoilers.
Okay.
I don't like to share spoilers, and to be honest, I don't like spoilers at all. You know, it's kind of you are going for Marvel, looking at new movie, and you have some spoilers.
Okay, we got your answer. We really do hope it will be really great. So I think that saying that, we may move to the talk. Before we finally do that, guys, I may tell you the following thing. So we have 3 options for you how you may post a question for Vadim during his talk. So first of all is the chat here on YouTube. This is the main source where you're watching our conference. So just write your question there and we will be able to show your question on the screen also. Second option is Discord server. So on Discord server, you may find the chat inside Purple Stream Talks, which named the same as the talk of Vadim. Honey, I stress tested, blah, blah, blah. If you have 3 dots there, you will not see the other part. You will see just the beginning. So this is the chat where Vadim, we'll have a look on the questions you sent to Vadim. Third option is We're Community, where you can also enter the talk, and there you can see the chat inside the talk, and this chat will also monitor it. So we try to look in 3 sources. We try to collect questions from all 3 parts and answers if they will be there, of course. So please don't stay silent. Please participate. Please join our Discord server. A lot of fun happening there. Saying that, guys, good luck on your talk. Vadim, good luck. Alex, good luck in moderation. Guys, floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll present and share my screen. Okay.
Yeah, yes, please. Okay,
Could you please tell me if you could see my screen, my presentation?
Yes, you're on air. It is visible. I think you may start.
Great. So again, hi everyone. and today I will share the results of my research. It's about the performance investigations in Spring and Quarkus, and compare the results of shrank native images with other ways of building artifacts. And as you could mention, I have the reference to the 1989 comic science fiction film, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and the reasons of it are I shrank our artifacts to gain the benefits in storing and delivering and in other areas. And the second one is I was born in 1989 as well. So let's move forward. Let's take a look at the agenda. Firstly, we will take a look on the slide that will tell you why you should trust my results. And after that, we will cover major steps of research, compare the results of Spring Servlet Stack, Spring Reactive, Quarkus Reactive, and weigh the results of Quarkus and Spring, and think over the Docker performance problems, and gather everything together. Okay, let's move forward. Who am I? A bit about the experience, domains, technical stacks, and social networks. So my name is Vadzim Kavalkou, and I am a chief software engineer at EPAM Systems. I have an essential and winning skills across different technical stacks. There are my modest GitHub stats and social networks, so you could find me and follow LinkedIn, GitHub, or Instagram. Okay, let's move to the introduction. We will discuss the questions of research, predictions, and kind of presets for gathering and analyzing data. And what about the question to research? The question to research, what approach is most efficient? And we will concentrate on the next metrics. First metric is build time. This metric affects such areas as time to market, and based on it, you could significantly increase or decrease, for instance, the release of feature or bug fix critical, for instance. The second one is the artifact size. In software development, we are paying for storing and transferring data, and so the less your artifact is, the faster and cheaper it could be delivered or maintained. Boot up time. The minimal boot up time, in coupled with the build time and artifact size, provides us better mean time to repair, and the application could be scaled up faster, almost instantly in several cases. RPS. Pretty easy. How much requests could be handled by the system per second? And resource consumption. This is about the random access memory and CPU utilization. So taking a look on this metric, you could suggest what kind of virtual machine, for instance, in cloud you need. What about the predictions? In this research, we will compare the different ways of building the artifacts in Quarkus and Spring, and so what these frameworks are talking about themselves. Quarkus is fast in boot time, optimized for cloud, serverless, and containers, low residence set size. Spring Reactive provides potentially massive numbers of concurrent connections with fewer resources. Spring Native boot up is instant. Higher performance and lower memory consumption. Looking at these quotes, I would like to predict that Quarkus in average will consume less resources and has the lowest boot up time. Also, I think that Spring Reactive will have the higher RPS, and Spring Native will try to repeat the success of Quarkus. So, trust but verify. What about the basic configuration? I have the typical MacBook Pro, and all the frameworks are in the same conditions. The LTS of JDK and the latest versions and tools or frameworks on the time of testing. What is the application for research? The application is typical transportation service with 60 per day and 112 hours of load per week, in Belarus major cities. Also, we have some assumptions and constraints. I disabled all application level caches to get clear performance metrics of the server as it is. The database and application are in the same network to avoid the net lags and penalties. The average time to boot up the service will not depend on the database structure due to the fact that all database structure had been already prepared and filled with fake data. And I'm not using any database migration tools such as Flyway and Liquidbase. What about the database presets? So let's begin our journey of AKA research. First of all, we will prepare the database schema. As you can see, the schema is pretty easy and small. In total, we will prefill 500,000 users transfers and 200,000 of users. We're just trying to simulate a real life case. Okay, let's try to prefill data with similar to production fields, for instance. You could follow this QR code to try to do it on your own, or just take a look on the sources. To do prefilling, I'm using a data faker library, and in common, generation is completed by Spring command liner. It's about the generation test not beginning at that moment. We just trying to generate user transfers, and to generate the users, faker helps us to enrich the data with kind of quotes, or if we will just now take a look on the user generator and funny name or phone number, first name, last name, and etc., etc. After that, we already have a prefilled database. We are moving to creation a custom Docker image. On this multi-stage build, you could find that I used Postgres 40 as the base image. After running the script, we are getting our custom Docker image with the size of database 153 megabytes, and the dump is 131, and common image is 160 megabytes. Why common? Due to the fact that every new artifact will use the same data set independently. Every solution is on the same condition. Use cases. To simulate the behavior of real users, we will use this scenario. The same way as we are choosing the country, origin, destination, date for travel. For sure, you could see your transfers, your profile. You could update your profile, or even transfers can sell or update as well. And I believe you are familiar with several similar transfer providers. And I used the first API first approach, where first I generated the API documentation and used the CodeGen to prepare code base for different frameworks. It's very useful when you are going to work with a cross-tech environment. You could open the Swagger editor and add your API documentation just to take a look at it and to get the data. For instance, you could take take a look at the points of a country and the payloads for updating or signing transfers, kind of like this. So at first, you could try yourself to preset the Kotlin using this QR code, but right now I will describe you a bit, provide some information regarding the Kotlin and performance tests. This is the second benefit of the API-first approach, and when all the teams could work in parallel. An example, when you develop your backend part, the front-end developer could develop the UI, and performance test engineer writes the performance test. So based on the API documentation I've created, I would like to create the Kotlin scenario. And as you can see, I'm using the latest version of Kotlin with presetted JVM arcs, and we can set up the logback or typical Kotlin configurations such as caching or encoding or SSL, connection timeouts, whatever you want. So the simulation, we are going to create 200 users. We are working with 200,000 users, and we preparing feeder for it, and we could use different JVM URLs or kind of presets of your HTTP protocol, and then we are going to create the scenario. So right now you can see that I am using the API and endpoint to find the countries, and randomly I'm choosing the country ID that I will use later for different endpoints, such as searching the cities or origins or booking any transfers, etc., etc. And moreover, you could set up your ramp, users per second, and duration of your performance test, depending what kind of test you are going to have. Okay, let's begin to test the frameworks. This servlet stack will be the first. And the typical Spring MVC performs as blocking thread per request model. To be honest, this approach is not optimal nowadays, but there are a lot of legacy systems we are supporting, and we have to know what to do in different cases. What about the Spring Native? Spring Native compared to the JVM just can enable cheaper and more sustainable hosting for many types of workloads and microservices, function workloads, well suited to containers and Kubernetes. Using native image provides key advantages such as instant startup, instant peak performance, and reduced memory consumption. There are also drawbacks and trade-offs that the Grail VM native project expect to improve on over time. Building a native image is a heavy process that is slower than a regular application. A native image has fewer runtime optimizations after warm-up. Finally, it's less mature than the JVM with some different behaviors. The key difference between a regular JVM and this native image platform are aesthetic analysis of your application from the main entry point is performed at build time. The unused parts are removed at build time. Configuration is required for reflection, resources, and dynamic proxies. Class path is fixed at build time. No class lazy loading. And some code will run at build time. Okay, now let's take a look at the numbers of a Spring Servlet stack, non-native stack. If you would like to have the faster boot up, I would recommend you to use the Undertor. But if you are going to have the higher RPS and in non-Docker world, I would suggest you to take a look on Jetty or Tomcat, and Tomcat provides the response time a bit lower rather than Jetty and Undertor. What about the native results for Spring Servlet stack? As I said already about the build time, the native build tools provides us the build time increased in 41 times. But you will get almost instant boot up and higher RPS, lower response time, and higher saturation point with less memory consumption. But you can find that artifact size a bit bigger. When you are using a build pack, you could create your Docker image, and the size of this image will be less than the typical Java in Docker solution. So depending on what are you going to choose, you could shrink your image, for instance, using a build pack, or blow it up if you are using native build tools. Let's compare Docker images. Nowadays, we are paying for everything, for storing, for transferring data, and the less your data is more comfortable and cost efficient. So the total image size for native solution in 2 times less and lower. Spring reactive stack. Spring reactive is based on the Spring web flags, and it's about the non-blocking, and as I said before, provides us the solutions that helps handle massive number of concurrent connections. And in comparing with servlet stack, yes, it's a non-blocking web framework. When the Spring MVC is a synchronous blocking I/O. But when you will decide to rewrite your servlet stack on the reactive stack, you will pay a lot of time and, I believe, money to rewrite, because of this is absolutely other way of developing the application, the other approach. Let's take a look at the numbers of the Spring reactive stack under our stress test. You can find the build time for the typical jar lower, and it's about 3 seconds in comparison with jar and Docker, 40 seconds almost. And the size of jar in Docker pretty similar to the previous one when we've used the Spring servlet stack. But right now, we have the RPS higher almost in 2 times just when we rewrote our application from the servlet stack to the reactive stack. We get the highest iteration point and the lower response time. Okay, what about the native solution? Again, we have a build time, it had been increased in almost 60 times, but we get almost instant boot up. 100 milliseconds, amazing. Less memory consumption, but a bit higher artifact size. When we are using a build pack, it's about creating the Docker image. We are getting the size of almost 100 megabytes, and it's pretty less in comparing with previous one solution. And we get the lower boot up time, lower random access memory, and lower response time. We are paying for it with the saturation point and the RPS. So depending what you're choosing, again, you could shrink your image or blow it up. Up to you what you're going to do. Let's imagine, let's compare the images. And for the non-native approach, we get the total size, almost 300 megabytes and almost 100 megabytes for the native approach. As I said, nowadays we are paying for everything, for storing, transferring, etc. The lower data you have, less you're paying. What about the Quarkus? Just a brief overview. Quarkus is about the developer join and about the Kubernetes native. It's about the cloud solutions and etc. Different extensions, libraries, and let's take a look at it. As I said, Quarkus is about the cloud serverless and containerized environments. But Spring have the 3.0 version where Now, Spring is not about the enterprise application. Spring is opened now for the cloud and serverless applications and approaches. Let's take a look at the numbers. To be honest, Quarkus provides for about 50 or even 70 different approaches to build your application. Just up to you what to choose. Now, we can compare the numbers of the typical jar with a boot up time lower than 2 seconds. In comparison with Spring, we get higher than 3 seconds boot up time. And building time for our in-Docker solutions a bit less. So in case if you are going to have the higher RPS using Quarkus, I would suggest you to use the UberJar. In case if you are going to have the less artifact size, the same. When you are working in a Docker world, I would suggest you to use Distillers, but Distillers is an experimental one nowadays in Quarkus. Let's compare the UBI and Distillers images. UBI size almost 400 megabytes for one instance. Too much, to my mind. To be honest, Distillers provides us 250 megabytes, and this is too much for me as well. Let's take a look on the native results. And as you can see, the Distillers-based image using in a native world has for about 70 megabytes of artifact size, pretty less, with less boot up time, with higher RPS, lower response time, and higher saturation point, and less memory consumption. But we are paying for it with our build time. So it depends on what you're choosing. Depending on what you're choosing, you could shrank your image in case if you are using, for instance, a Distillers-based image or manually minimal-based image or micro-based image. When you are using native executable, your artifact size will increase. So let's compare manually created micro-based image and manually Distillers-based image. They are pretty similar for about 17 megabytes. To my mind, this is really great numbers to work to store and transfer this from one region, for instance, to the other one region. Less data, less bills. Okay, Quarkus and Spring. Now we have all our metrics, and we could compare them. Comparing the jar results, it depends on if you would like to have the lowest build time and the higher RPS using the jar. I would suggest you to take a look on the Spring reactive. In case if you are going to have the lower artifact size, boot up time, and you will pay. You could pay for it with RPS a bit. You could choose the Quarkus. Let's compare the native executable results. Again, if you would like to have the higher RPS, and in this case a lower boot up time, I will suggest you to take a look on Spring reactive. In case if you are going to have the lower and less artifact size, I will recommend you to take Quarkus. Let's compare jar in Docker results. Again, Spring reactive handles much more requests, and if the RPS for you is a significant metric, you would like to bring the Spring Reactive into the world. In other cases, you could choose the Quarkus, and the Quarkus will provide you the lower build time and less artifact size and lower boot up time, but it will consume a bit more random access memory. And now native and Docker results. You can find that the boot up plot has significant difference between the Spring Web and Spring Reactive and Quarkus for a boot up. Again, Quarkus size a bit less, a build time again lower, random access memory pretty similar with the Spring Reactive. So in case you are going to have the higher RPS and you could pay for it with your build time, your artifact size, I will suggest you to take a look on the Spring Reactive. In other cases, the Quarkus. What about the bonus? As I said, I will provide you some information regarding the Docker performance problems. And as you can see, our previous results for in-Docker solution had been not so efficient. The RPOs was lower and memory consumption was higher, and Docker is using one mechanism named seccomp, and this issue had not been fixed yet. This issue, there is no this issue in Podman and Kubernetes, but you could disable it when you are going to run your Docker image, and for sure using the volumes to create the storage directory on the host machine. I've tuned my Docker images, and we now can compare the results. For tuned native distroless image, we get the higher RPS, lower response time, and higher saturation point. Okay, let's sum up. As I've said at the very beginning, we should trust but verify. And the Quarkus says amazingly fast boot time, incredibly low RSS memory, not just heap size. And yep, it had been tested. That's true. Spring Reactive says that it could handle potentially massive numbers of concurrent connections and increase your performance, handle more requests. Tested, and that's true as well. What about the Spring Native? Using native image provides key advantages such as instant startup. Yep, that's true. Instant peak performance. To be honest, I'm not agree with it. And reduced memory consumption. Not at all, in some cases. So, rejected. Now, I would like to share with you my flow. Let's try to gather everything together. I'm sorry. If you have micro nano services and the boot up time is significant for you, and you are using containers, I would recommend you to use a Quarkus native based on micro-based image or distroless. But remember that distroless is an experimental at the moment. If the boot up time is significant and you are not working with the containers, I would recommend you to use Spring Reactive with native build tools, just native executable. In cases when the boot up time is not significant for you and you are working with containers, please take a look on the Spring Reactive with JVM distroless. In other case, if you are not working with containers and the boot up time is not about your major metric to be, just bring the sprint reactive into production. In other cases, it could depends on the competency of your team. Thank you very much for watching my presentation, and I really happy to share my knowledges and my researches with you. Thank you. You could follow this QR code to find the sources and try to do it on your own. Alexander?
It seems I'm on mute as ordinary. So thank you very much for your fantastic talk. Well, I don't see many questions in the chat, but still I have a question from my side to ask. So as far as I can see, you've written the same application using multiple frameworks. What was the framework which brings you the most engineering joy or developer joy to write?
To be honest, every Tuesday I'm reading a Sprint blog, technical blog, and I really enjoy the Sprint family, and I'm a fan of everything they are providing to us. And I had been enjoying developing and trying the experimental features of the Sprint native. I really love and like to do something that could not be bring to production right now, but it could be released soon, to be on the same page with the developers of different frameworks.
Okay, yeah, I see. But, for example, when I tried to write Quarkus, I also noticed that, for example, Quarkus developers mode is much more convenient than Spring's DevTools. So that it makes your life a bit easier. You don't need to restart the application all the time. You're just writing, and it automatically restarted when you save the file. So,
to be honest, Quarkus provides so much approaches to build your applications. And in some cases, it's kind of a dog's breakfast. It's painful to change something, to build a native solution or non-native solution and switch from other one to the other one. Too much for me, too much.
Okay, good. Well, what about your experience in, let's say, in the improving performance of the building of cloud native images? Because when you have Java, you can just compile it within 2-3 minutes, but if you need to build a native image, it takes, let's say, dozens of minutes.
Yeah.
And is there any way to make it quicker?
Make it quicker.
Yeah.
Not to migrate your monolithic legacy systems into native world. Just let your microservices be truly micro. And
Okay. Yeah, now that makes sense. Then smaller images and applications will build them quicker than will compile.
Yep.
Well, we have also Roma on the call. So, Roma, what do you think? Will we have a future where all our Java applications will be built using Graal VM?
This is the future I'm really fear about or thrilled about. I cannot choose my emotion basically, because I see the trend that everything is moving to the cloud and everything is moving to build in its native style with Graal VM. But on the one hand, on the other hand, I see kind of problem about that, because we put like all the eggs in just one place, right? On Graal VM. So everything will be on Graal VM. So I heard a story about it, something like Docker, something like this, some similar. So we already had a problem and we currently passing through this problem, right? So I think it's not so like nice and shiny. That's cool. Like the technology itself is brilliant and it's cool, but I have a small fear that we would have some problems in the future. Basically, I have a question to Vadim from my side. So, me and Sasha, we had a constant argue. Of course, we like it's friendly argue. It's not like we fighting, but it's just like we argue always that I'm a fan of Spring. Like I like Spring. I think that Spring is great and it's a great framework. And regarding other frameworks, I'm a bit skeptical because like we have the leader of the market, which is Spring, obviously, and we have other competitors who had great features, which are coming, but they're coming. And Sasha always trolls me, like, "Hey, Roma, what about Quarkus?" So and things like that. What do you think? What is, in your opinion, like Spring
versus question?
Yeah, kind of. I'm a retro.
yeah. So I think that to be the engineer, you have to know different approaches. You have to bridge the gaps in different frameworks to know in which case you could bring the brilliant decision for your customer. And to be honest, this journey, this performance tests will continue. The next step, I will stress test the Micronaut, then Ktor, after that the Helidon, and I would like to take a look on all the micro frameworks and compare them and just gather the information regarding them. Because of marketing teams could say everything, that we are the cheapest in the world, we are the fastest in the world, but the words means nothing. Show me a cut.
Okay, great. I think this is the great answer. Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, we have a question. Finally, we have a question in the chat. So it's a question from Artyom. Well, the question sounds like, if I understood correctly, Java JIT wasn't taken into the consideration in those performance tests, right?
May I take a look on the question?
Well, it is somewhere on the where exactly it is. It is somewhere on the. I see.
Let me maybe try to show it.
Yeah, why not?
I'm sharing the screen. Just could I close my presentation?
Yeah, I mean, like we
into
need
our private chat. If you may see it now here on the stream.
Okay. Oh. I'll stop sharing. Yeah. Okay. Oh, if I understand correctly, Java JIT, which helps running an application to run using various static and unload and loading classes into Zoom, wasn't taken in consideration in Zeus performance tests, right? Yep. Graal VM in different cases could be used as the hotspot. Just what about Micronaut? What about Micronaut? Could you please open your question? Micronaut. I have no.
Well, it seems this question is about what about performance of the Micronaut in these contexts. So have you had the chance to compare not only Spring and Quarkus, but also Spring, Quarkus, and Micronaut?
I will provide you numbers and the results of this test in January, I believe, in the very beginning of January, in the next year. So.
Fair enough, I suppose. Fair enough.
Okay, I think saying that we may close the Q&A part of this talk online. So first of all, thank you very much, Vadim, for a great talk. It was just awesome. So thank you very much for opening our main day here. And Sasha, thank you very much for moderating. It was nice to having you here on the conference. So thank you very much. Also, that I want to say that now the discussions in Discord is opening. So if you go to our Discord server, the link could be found in the description or in the chat. I also posted the link. You may find there Purple Stream Talks and Purple Stream Discussion Zone. We're on Purple Stream, just for you to say. You may go there. Vadim and Sasha will be there, and you may ask them questions about Micronaut, about Java just-in-time compilation. don't miss a chance to discuss it with them right now. So thank you guys very much. Sending you to Discord. Thank you for being on JVM conference.
Thank you everyone. Thank you. Have a good day.
So guys, just again a reminder, we have a Discord server. You may go there right now, and as we have some time till next talk, you may use this opportunity to discuss with our speaker and with Alex some internal stuff regarding native images, regarding Spring and Quarkus and other framework. So this is the time to go there. Also, I want to tell you that we still have a talk on Orange Stream, which is now in progress. Again, you may find the link in the description. It's there. So it's still in progress. It's also about some cloud, some serverless. And as it's a stream on YouTube, you may scroll back a bit and start this talk from the beginning. This is also a chance for you not to miss. Also, I want to tell you that inside our Discord, we have different quizzes and activities which you may take part in. So main activity, as I think so, is posting a photo in Instagram and Twitter. So you may make a photo and post this photo in Twitter or Instagram, and with this photo you have a chance to win a prize. And yeah, also inside Discord we have different quizzes. We post information about that in our Java on announcements, I suppose, and in Java on community activities. So just join our Discord server and you will find everything there, what is needed for participation in all our quizzes and activities. I see some comments coming in the chats. So guys, Vadim and Sasha now moved to the event. To the event in Discord for discuss all the questions related to Vadim's talk. So if you have some time, please follow them and you will be there. Also, I want to say that next talk on Purple Stream would be in 15 minutes. No, not 15, in half an hour. So now we will have a small break, and then we will be back to you to share more information about that. And before break, just to show you, just give me a second, I have some pictures prepared, so it won't be... it will be visible. Yeah, I may share my screen like that. So our next speaker on this stream is Yegor Cemisov. He will present his talk regarding unit tests as specification. And on the orange stream, we would have Mikhail Kotor with the talk "Do not use Azure functions with Java," which is mostly a round table where Mikhail would like to discuss some things around Azure, about using Java with Azure and how it could be helpful or not really. So if you want to participate in any of this talk, please select your stream, and if you want to stay on Yegor's talk, just stay here. We will come back just in like 10-15 minutes. If you want to visit Mikhail's talk, please click on the link in the description and go to Orange Stream, and you will be able to visit Mikhail's talk. That's basically what I wanted to share with you. Now we have a small break, and we'll be back to you very soon. Hello again. We're back online, back on air. Let me, before we move into discussion with our next speaker and the moderator of next talk, let me tell you a couple of things. So, we really do our best job to prepare this conference, and we really do hope that this conference, you will love it. So, we really want more people to watch this conference. So, may I ask you, please, just like take the link to the YouTube stream or to community platform or to Discord, to wherever you want to share the link. Take it and bring to the chat with your colleagues. Say like, hey guys, there is a conference about Java. Maybe it would be helpful in our work, so let's join it. May I ask you please to do that? I really do hope it will bring us more viewers and more people will join us in this on this conference, and we will share knowledge for more people, of course. Also, I wanted to remind you that we have some activities. We have an activity in Discord. There are some quizzes, so you may go there, participate in these activities, and win some prizes, which will be helpful in your work. So it's a free IntelliJ license, don't miss it. And also, we have another activity in Instagram and Twitter. You may make a photo. But let's basically do it right now, right? So I take my phone, right with you, and come on. Yeah, cool. And I will make a photo of how I am conducting the conference and let you do the same. So take your phone, take it in your hand, just like move it something like this, and say Java on, Java on. Okay, now when there will be talk, I will post it in the Instagram and tag Java on conference, and also I will post it in Twitter, and everyone will see it, everyone will see our conference, and everyone will come to us. So don't miss that. I suppose it would be just cool and fun. Don't forget about our Discord server. All the links are in the description. Just a reminder, we have another stream, the orange one, where also the talks are. So you may check which talks is more interesting for you. You may stay on this stream for a great talk about unit testing, or move to orange stream for another great talk about AWS and Java in it. So I think I shared mostly all the information I wanted to share. Sorry, some cough. It's even in Malaga, it's a bit coldy here. So let me invite to our stream our next speaker and the moderator of next stream. So our next speaker will be Yegor Cemisov and the moderator of the stream, Mariana Petrova. Hi guys, welcome to Java on Conference.
Hi everyone.
Hi folks.
So we ask mostly everyone, every speaker. Some of them refuse to answer this question, but still, what your talk would be about. Maybe you can give us some spoilers, or for whom this talk should be interesting and useful.
So this talk will be about amazing and slightly fantasy things. I will speak about Spock. It's a fictional character from Star Trek saga. And I hope someone of you watched this saga. I did it. So you can write in chat if you watch this saga. Just type plus. I would like to see how many
guys,
people.
Just post in chat if you watch Star Wars, the old one, the new one, the J.J. Abrams films, even Lower Decks from Amazon. Basically, I haven't watched Star Wars on the J.J. Abrams films, but I watched Lower Decks, and I really love this series. This is just hilarious. So this would be about Spock framework, but for our audience, for just programmers in Java, how can this framework would be useful in their day-to-day work?
It's used to write test from unit test to UI test, and it's have revolutionary new approach. And in general, it saves about 40% of time because code is smaller. And on the other side, it's a very big feature. The tests are very clear and very readable and can be treated as a documentation.
Okay, so guys, I suppose this could be really helpful. Mariana, maybe you can tell us more about this framework or about the talk we would hear soon.
I would say it's a really interesting framework, and we're gonna talk about what it makes it stand out the crowd and all about its fantastic features. And I love it by default because it's called by Spock, my favorite character from Star Trek. So, and I do believe Igor is really professional developer and would tell us everything and a little bit more about this framework.
It's like live long and prosper, right?
Yeah, true.
You're right.
Yeah, and I saw we have some comments in the chat on YouTube as well. Guys, send this. I suppose it's something like this in the symbols. So yeah, it looks basically like the Spock sign. So okay. I think this would be like regular question, but I have to ask it as we have a test topic on the conference, right? So, okay, this would be a really strange question, but still, how many tests is enough for projects? What do you think, guys, about that?
I work in
It's a
project.
rhetoric question.
Yeah, rhetoric question. In last project I worked, it has only one test on the 1,000 of classes, and this test state that true is true, and it was the only test. And we all know that it's not the truth, because in vino veritas, if you can ask every stranger, he can ask this. Okay.
You know, I have a much more strange case in one of the project I worked on. So I came to the project and I had to look in the test, and I was looking at the test like, they look a bit strange. So what guys basically do? They take the method on this of the service, mock it with Mockito, say like if this method will be called, the result should be then, and then make assert that this mocked method returned the result they mocked. So it's like, okay, you basically test Mockito. This is valid test for Mockito, but not for our project. How can we work with that? Yeah, but still, coming back to my question, of course it's a rhetorical one, but still, maybe there is some measurement, like how you measure that tests are enough. If everything is covered, for example, or if you in addition to coverage, made a test for performance, for example, or in addition to that, you made like even some integration tests with other components. So when you think and feel that you covered your project enough?
I think the main mistake the all developer do, they trying to test classes, method, or code. And it is totally wrong from my point of view. You have described behavior of the system. And if you test cover the behavior of the system, it is good test, and this is enough. If you go to take 100% code coverage, you don't need to spend the time, because several automated generated test generator on the market, you can run it, and it generate the test like many of developer already create by hand. So that 100% generate is just a metric. It's not related to code quality and to quality of the test. But it's my point of view. I think that
sure.
We have to cover the behavior of the system. It's slightly different than the coverage for the code.
Okay, guys. So just a reminder. Sorry, Marianne. Just a small reminder. If you have any questions to the speaker, you may ask them here in the chat on YouTube. You may ask them in the chat on We Are Community platform, and also you may ask them in Discord. We will monitor the chat and ask your questions. Yes, Marianne, please.
Okay, I would say that my questions will be after the talk, and I believe we have a really big theme. A lot of questions are covered in this topic, so I would like to start.
Okay.
All questions will be after.
Okay, sure. Just before we start, last thing. So guys, again, as a reminder, we have 3 chats where you can post your questions. So this is the YouTube chat, the chat on Discord. You will find there the inside Purple Stream Talks, the chat which calls unit tests as specification. We monitor this and we will ask the questions from it. And also on VR community platform, we had a chat. So you may pass your questions there. We try to have a look on all the chats and ask all the questions to our speakers. Saying that, I think, yes, we may move to the talk. So on the stage, Yegor Cemisov from, I suppose, snowy Riga, right?
Yes, you're right. I'm from Latvia. Actually, I'm in Jurmala now. It's nearby Riga.
Okay. How is the weather in Jurmala? Sorry for interrupting your talk, but still, like, is it snowy there?
Yes, it's perfectly snowy. I very like this.
I'm a bit jealous. I miss snow a bit here in Malaga. We don't have it. Okay, so coming to the talk, Yegor Cemisov from Riga, unit test as a specification. Floor is yours. Good luck.
Okay, thank
Good
you.
luck, Igor.
Thank you. Hello again, folks. Thank you for coming to our presentation. My name is Yegor Cemisov, and I am a software engineer. I joined EPAM system in August. Before that, I worked at Accenture for 2 years as a system analyst in the SAP division. I'm an Oracle certified professional, Java 11, a mentor at exercism.org, and an author of several educational projects. In this presentation, I will discuss my experience using the Spock framework to write specification for Java applications. According to Peter Niederweiser, the framework developer, Spock is a blend of specification and mock. It may even be true, just in case you haven't seen the Star Trek saga, I put a photo of the 2 main characters on the slide. On the left is Captain Kirk, and to his right is Scientist Officer Spock, half Terran, half Vulcan. Here is our agenda for our presentation. The main subject test as documentation, I told after introduction to the Spock framework as a test framework. And also we have some optional topics. If we have time, I can discuss it as well. And all code snippets, sorry. I don't understand why it's working. Okay, it's very hard to understand this. I will reshare my screen one more time because it's look like it's live by his own live. I didn't current slide. Okay, I use several that can show. Okay. Before the presentation, let me ask you a question. Why should we unit test? Please write in the chat why you create test for your application. What are the most important reasons? While you are writing in the chat, let's remember the emergence of the test framework for the Java platform. We will start our story from 1998. Engineer Ken Beck experimented with various systems for automated testing, but none of them satisfied him. As a result, he wrote his own framework for the Smalltalk language, which had only 3 classes and about 12 methods. The framework, which was named as unit, implemented a formula known as AAA: arrange, act, assert. This is a formula used through the XUnit series of framework. A few years later, in 1997, Ken Beck and his friend Erich Gamma flew from Zurich to Atlanta for the OOPSLA conference. During the flight, they rewrote the SUnit framework classes into Java. Thus, JUnit, one of the most popular test framework, was created. The first version of JUnit had only basic set of features. In 2004, the TestNG framework, started by Cedric-based, offered a broader and more powerful range of functionalities than JUnit initially, keeping the same general concept. JUnit quickly closed the gap in a few years, and TestNG failed to gain the majority. In 2006, JUnit 4 was released, and the throne of JUnit has become undisputed. JUnit and TestNG share the same framework architecture, often called XUnit, and this approach to testing remained the same for almost 30 years. In 2009, developer Peter Niederweiser and Luc Daley proposed a different, revolutionary approach to automated testing. Spock takes all the years of automated testing experience and pain and reimagines how it should be implemented if you look at it from a different angle. Although Spock uses the existing JUnit runner and is fully compatible with his platform, by using Groovy, Spock introduced a new and expressive way of testing our Java application, which aren't possible in ordinary Java code. In 2017, a new version of the JUnit framework was released. Despite several technical improvements, such as support for new version of Java, parameterized test, and the transition to a modular system, the test structure remained unchanged. By this time, the Spock framework had gained a reputation as a stable and reliable framework for testing enterprise applications. Many companies rapidly use Spock framework in their tech stack. Since 2018, Spock framework has been available out of the box for SAP commerce customers. The current version of the Spock framework is 2.3. It is an entirely mature framework that many companies use in their project for all test types, from unit and integration test to UI and browser automation test. So, it's time to return to our question. There are many reasons for using test. That's опять я не понимаю, что. Don't understand why it's trying to go to the next slide out of the time. Mariana, maybe, I don't know, maybe my computer wrong, but it's always trying to switch to the next slide. And I don't know, I don't understand how to prevent this. So it's time to return to our question. There are many reasons for using test, but on this slide, I highlight the three most significant, from my point of view, reasons to write test. The first reasons, tests allow us to find problems early in development. The cost of fixing bugs increased for each stage during the product lifecycle. When unit tests are written, many bugs are found at the software construction page.
Maybe we can, sorry for interruption, but maybe if we have some animations, maybe you can just show the presentation in PowerPoint, or we may just do quick export to PDF and then show just the pictures. What do you think? Will this help?
I will try to reshare my screen one more time.
Yeah, but I think the problem is in animation. So yeah, let's have a small talk here. So could you please try to export your presentation to PDF, for example, and then you will show just pictures, so they won't disturb you with animation.
I believe PDF is not a good option because we have a lot of animations there.
Okay.
We just Igor, just don't worry, everything is okay. Just breathe and share the screen.
Yes, share the screen. It was work fine.
Yeah.
The video, but it's sometime. Okay, I will try to reshare the whole my screen and just play for the current slide. It start automatically. I do nothing, but it's starting. It's crazy. Okay, I will share in this. Sorry.
Play from current slide.
Yes. Okay. I just share in this way. Maybe it's some problem with computer. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see it?
Yeah.
So the three reasons for unit test. The first is we can find problems early in our development, and the second reason is preserve key behavior of our system. But very important from my point of view is document our code. Our tests act as live documentation for our code, and it helps us to understand what classes interact each with other. And Spock provide very good tools for implementing this documentation. So the key benefits of Spock framework. The Spock built on top of the Groovy and and also define its own DSL special language for Spock is an enterprise-ready specification framework that built on the top of Groovy. It enforces BDD as a core and ensures that all tests written using the framework follow the BDD conventions. Also, unlike JUnit, Spock has its own test doubles libraries and full support for parameterized test scenarios. Due to this, Spock specifications are super readable and expressive. As a result, they make the test achieve more and more of what it was intended for, reducing the cliché boilerplate code. Despite all of these fantastic features, Spock tests are runnable using the existing JUnit test runner and the existing command line build tools like Maven and Gradle, making it even more compelling. The next slide demonstrates the current position status quo in Java ecosystem. When we need to write simple tests, we use JUnit 3, 4, 5, or TestNG with assertion library. However, when we need mocking, we can't use JUnit. We have to add some additional libraries like Makita, EasyMock, or gmockit. And if we need something special like mocking final classes or as private method, we use PowerMock. And on top of them, if we would like to write our test in BDD style, we use gbehave or Cucumber. And for each of these library, we have to learn its own specific API. And Spock contains everything that we need for testing purpose. This language designed especially for test, and we can find everything what we need. Now slide describes the technical how it processed. We can write JUnit test using Java or Kotlin or Groovy. And I write it JUnit test in all of these languages. Then it compiled to bytecode and run executed in Jupyter Engine on JUnit platform. When we use Spock, we write specification in Groovy language using the special domain-specific language, and it also compiled to bytecode, but executed in Spock Engine, also on top of JUnit platform. And one is the question, why Spock decided to use Groovy language? Why not using Java? We write our production code in Java. Why not using Java for test script? And I would like to mention that goals for production code and for testing script absolutely different. And the biggest difference that test script run and executed before production code will be released. So as I told, although Spock uses different terminology, many of its concepts and features are inspired by JUnit. And in this table, you can see that we name Spock class as specification. We have also fixer method like setup, cleanup, setup specification, and cleanup specification. All of these methods not static. It is difference to JUnit. In JUnit, for example, before class and after class should be static method, and you cannot inherit this method. But in Spock, it's possible to make parent specification where you set up some databases or some common mocking or stubbing, and then inherit it, and in child specification you can use it. So let's look at live examples of code in Spock. And for our examples, I use a coffee machine project from JetBrains Academy. It's free available at Kotlin's Kotlin track. And also I have a link to repository. You can take this code. The first coffee machine written in Kotlin and the second in Java. So I have two repositories, but the first one, it's more complete. The second one I didn't complete. Okay, and this is how a project look like. It's a very simple project. Actually, we have control block with several states. And by objective of the project, I have to decide class that have method process, and it take input from the user, and it have change, have status. So when it in main menu state, if receive some command, it switch it to buy coffee state, and it also can switch to fill water state, and so on. So we decided to create new project, and you can see that we use Java language, and I use Gradle for my building system. And when I start this project, it automatically add dependency for JUnit 5. So in the next slide, I show how to add support for Spock framework. This is our build file for initially created by IntelliJ, we have to change plugin from Java to Groovy. And the Groovy plugin extend for Java and include everything that we need for Java. Also, I use only one dependency for Spock, and this dependency also include a JUnit platform. You can see that I still use JUnit platform. So as the next step, we have to create special Groovy folder to put our test, because by default IntelliJ creates Java folder, but Spock specification written in Groovy. So I create this folder, and because I don't want to use JUnit, I just delete Java folder for test. So we have Java folder for our program and Groovy folder for test. So let's go to the simple assertion, and the support of Spock framework in IntelliJ have very good support. Eclipse and all major integration development environment have support. You can see that testing library is Spock. We can define setup and teardown, but it's not need, and we just test very simple get price method. You can see that IntelliJ automatically creates specification. Now I write a minimum code for very simple first specifications that check the price for espresso. Let's run this specification, see how it look like. It's run successfully. So let's check this specification, take a more close look. You can see that we didn't use any annotation like test, no annotation here. But we extend our specification from parent class, coffee price specification, extend specification. It generated automatically by IntelliJ. The next, you can see that we can use plain English text for name our test method. And we use special Java label. It's redefined by Spock. It's in its core, it's a regular Java label, but Spock redefine this label, and everything after expect, for example, treated as a session. So Spock automatically create a session for this, and we use just operator without any method name or special keyword. Okay, it's good to check the simple session, but it's very the next slide about you can see a different variant. For example, because Spock use Groovy, this double equals is not comparing the object, but comparing by using method equals. If we would like to compare references to object, we can use triple equals sign. Yes, this is comparing references to the objects, and this calling equals method. And it can be used for simple object, also for arrays, for maps, for list. And I would like to note that Spock support all Java libraries, including Hamcrest. If you would like to use Hamcrest and use Hamcrest in your code, you also can use it in Spock, but no need to add asset Z call of method. We can just use matcher here. So simple assertion is very good, but what Spock tell when test is failed? It's always interesting to see the failed test. So our next test, we check receipt for espresso. In our program, coffee espresso consists from 250 water and from 16 coffee bean. Yes. In this specification, I use second label where this label used primarily for parameterized test, but currently I use only one test case, but I still prefer to use where label to separate test logic from test sample data. So you can read this expect block as general coffee receipt should be proper receipt. Yes. So let's run this code in our IDE and check how it will be executed. So we see that currently Espresso has a correct receipt. Let's make some criminal and cheat the receipt, and instead of 16 gram, we put 12. I know this is a very big criminal for some countries. Let's check how Spock reacts on this criminal. So the test fails. Let's check what Spock tell about this situation. And let's look more closer to this error message. You can see that Spock has a very detailed error messages. We have link and all internal state of all object in all link of method call. And by reading this diagnostic message, we instantly find the cheating. The coffee receipt have 12 beans instead of proper 16. In many cases, the Spock diagnostic save hours of developer time because no need to start environment, start debugging process and trying to understand the reason of failed test, because Spock diagnostic is very, very good. And this is one of the killing feature of Spock. So next we go to the main labels given, when, and then. If you use BDD style in your project, you know this is most important word to writing requirements and to writing specification. And Spock use this at its core. We describe in the given our condition, our starting condition, in when we perform some action, and in then we check outcome of this action. And in the next slide, we can see all the blocks that used in Spock. As you see before, we already use expect and where. Let's read it all. The given used to create initial conditions. The setup label is alternative name for given. And in my presentation, I didn't use setup, but I found some use it, but many developer who use Spock prefer to use given, when, and then, standard keywords for BDD approach. When triggers the action that will be tested, then examine the result of test, and expect a simpler version of then. The expect doesn't require it when, but then required the when. It's the first difference. The second, if we would like to test using mocking, we should use when and then, because for mocking, we have to perform action in when with this mocking object, and in then we can test iteration. Cleanup actually very rare used label because I usually use setup and cleanup method instead of label, but in some situation you can use it as well. And the label where mostly used for parameterized test, and as well it separate test logic from the sample data. And the label and can be used with any of above label to make more clear test. So often we need to test not only the happy path but unhappy path when something go wrong, and we need to check type of exception. Here you can see that we use given. We create a storage block. It will be empty when it created, and in the next block expect, I just check this block is empty. When I'm trying to allocate resources for expressor, but block is empty, no resources, then I've got not enough resources exception. I can check this. And the next topic about data-driven testing. For example, in the previous sample, I test only for expressor, but our coffee machine have three types of coffee: espresso, latte, cappuccino. And in this scenario, I would like to test all of these recipes. So I create a general description beverage, and in beverage block, I use left shift to connect parameter beverage to data provider. In this case, coffee is enum class, and coffee.values is just a regular array of these enums. And this test have three iteration for each of type of coffee. You can see that in method name, I use special placeholder beverage. It will be substituted by concrete beverage. Let's start. Let's check. Start it in our program. When we run this test, we will see this result. This placeholder replaced by concrete type of coffee, latte, cappuccino, and espresso. So this is more complex example. I decided to not only the test exception type, but also I would like to test exception message. And in this custom exception message, storage block also put the list of required resources. So I have 1, 2, and 3 tests in this scenario. And when I try to allocate beverage, then I check that correct type of exception was thrown, and this exception have correct message, and missing resources have the same required resources. This is Groovy equals when we ignoring the order of elements in the list. And in where block, I use data provider coffee values. And this iterated and iterated through all the coffee. And the next line, I just calculate required resources based on beverage. It's not iteration, but for each iteration, it take receipt of this beverage. It's connected to the previous variable. Extract keys. This is spread operation in Groovy. And here I receive list of resources to prepare beverage. And for beverage, I also need disposable cups. So I add disposable cups. And yes, and this is how it's look the whole specification. And the next slide about data tables. You can see I have slightly different syntaxes. Instead of iterating from enum, I specify here exactly coffee espresso, coffee latte, coffee cappuccino. And instead of calculating these required resources, I just specify as a list. We have a very readable specification, and we can see all sample data. It's not located something in different file or in CSV or in method in different class or in different place. All data in one specification. And the secondly, instead of placing placeholder here in the method name, I use special annotation unroll. Yes, and in this annotation, I create a separate template for all iteration. This will be common name, and unroll will generate name for each iteration. So if we run this, we can see how it look like. It's different allocated resources for beverage when the storage is empty. For espresso, required resources are water, coffee beans, disposable cups. For latte, required resources are water, milk, coffee beans, disposable cups. Everything go fine, everything green. So the next topic is test doubles. And Spock has built-in mocking and stubbing and spying libraries. And let's look more close for this. We define mock for this specification. When we perform action, we check that mock called one time display accept prompt from main menu, and we're trying to power on our control unit. So let's check. Let's explain this last line of how we check our mocking. It consists from 4 parts: cardinality, target constraint, method constraint, and argument constraint. And let's see different variants for cardinality. We can specify 1 method call, 0 method call, from 1 to 3 method call, from at least 1 and more, no more than 3 method calls, and any method calls from 0 to any number. And for target constraint, we specify our mock, or we can specify any mock that have method accept. And for method constraint, we can specify exactly method accept, or we can specify regular expression. For example, in Spock, it's possible to check mocking all the methods starting from set, or all the methods starting from safe, if we check repository. Also, any method, and any method, any number of arguments. And for argument constraint, we can check that it's hello, transferred hello to the argument, and the next it's not hello, go to the display. It's called method accept without parameter, with one single parameter, with any number of parameters, and with something not null. The accept method call it with something of type string. Here I use the Hamcrest matcher. We can use Hamcrest matcher as well. The display mock accept call it with something and with low, or it more powerful. We can use a closure and check everything field, everything we would like to check. For example, our mock, we test the method which create order, and the order object is very complex, have a lot of fields, and we would like to check all of these fields, how it was created before saved to the database, and we can use this construction. And also we can combine, here is two constraints. The first constraint check that type is string, and if it's true, it also run this check. Strict mocking by default is not strict mocking in Spock like in Makita. And here we check that display mock was called one time. We allow any call for storage mock, any call, and no more call to any other mock. This is strict mocking. We disallow any more calls. And for stubbing, you can see we can use almost the same. We define stubbing here, and for stubbing we use right shift operator, storage stub. When we call for a request for cache, it returns something, and money is defined in the where block. It's just one test case, but I extract it to where block to make test more general. So you can read it. There is some money in the storage block. A collector sent a request for cache withdrawal. The amount of withdrawal cache is shown on the display. And you may ask what this string are. This string is not a comments. It's regular strings. After each label, you can put regular string, and if comment erased during the compilation time in Spock, these strings persist in the bytecode, and then can be extracted by any test report generator to generate documentation and specification. So when we use this string, we not only make readable our source code, but we also generate the documentation. About stubbing, it's different approaches. We can return one parameter if we need two calls. For example, our method 2 times call volume, we can specify 100 for the first call, 250 for the second call, or if it's a sequence of calls, we can specify array. And also we can throw some exception and check how our method reacts on if stubbing through an exception. Also, we can compose. We can return 100 on the first call, the second call through the exception. And also we can use a matcher when we make stubbing, as well as smoking. And mocking also supports stubbing. We can combine in one object. And the next topic is very important. It's a test like documentation. Here is some ticket. We have to implement scenario, replenish resources for empty storage block and replenish resources for a filled storage unit. We have two scenario and we have to describe this scenario in our test. So, and this is how it's look in Spock. You can see this scenario of snails. We just copy paste here. We use almost absolutely the given, when, then blocks as in requirements. And it's very, very good because we speak the same language as business analytic. We describe our test in the same manner. And the second is for resources for filled storage unit. We're trying to replenish resources to different cases. And on top of this plain English text, we can use a different annotation in Spock, like title, narrative, issue, C, and tag. And issue connect our specification to external tracking system. Let's check it more closely. We see this annotation just describe user story. The technician replenishes the resources in the storage unit. As a technician, I want to replenish the resources in the storage unit so that the coffee machine can prepare the coffee drinks. And in issue, we specify number in Jira, or in my case, it's a number in the GitHub issue system. Here I put link to wiki. My repository have a wiki for coffee machine, yes, and you can check all diagrams, how this process consists. And the developer, when opens the test, the developer have all necessary information to understand what happened. He have link to Jira, have link to wiki. Here I specify subject under specification storage block. I can use tag similar like in JUnit and test in Spock, and in JUnit can be in the same project. We can use together JUnit and Spock test, and they can share the same tags. Here is the name of two our scenarios. For empty storage unit and for filled storage unit, it's differently. Yes, we check. And when we run this specification, we can generate Spock reports. And to use Spock record in build Gradle, I add one more dependency. Spock reports this dependency. If your project doesn't use simple logging facade, we should add it here as well, because Spock report also use this simple logging facade. And in test resource folder, we can create Spock configuration .groovy, and a lot of configuration parameter we can specify, including parallel execution of test and so on. But here I specify only a minimum for issue. As you see on previous slide, I use only 4 for issue number, but Spock automatically add this link to the issue number, so I can click on my report and go directly to the Jira or something like this. So I run a sanity test in my IDE, and after running, I got generated specification. You can see this is title from title and all information, and we can configure which information we would like to have, and so on. If I click for the specification, this is for power on control unit. Let's make a closer look. This is title of specification or story unit, user story. This is a description of user story. This is clickable link. The Spock automatically generate URL. So if I click issue number 31, I will be pointing to the issue system in Git, but it can be Jira or something else. And this is linked to wiki page for more information. And I have two scenarios: pressing the button on non-working control unit and pressing the button on the operating control unit. So when we look at this scenario, we have see all the label given when then we use in our specification class. Also, the Spock extract strings from specification and generate this documentation for us. Given a coffee machine control unit, expect control unit is switched off and doesn't work. When we press the power button on the control unit, then the control unit goes into working condition, and then the main menu prompt is shown on the display. And the second scenario, when we test different operation state, for example, the previous we test when the coffee machine is switched off, but in this scenario we test different operational state, like in buy coffee, fill water, fill milk, and so on, and have a very descriptive report about this test. The second example about coffee receipt, I just show how it look in Spock Groovy and how it generated as report. Coffee drink recipient price, receipt for coffee, and price for coffee. Expect coffee receipt means specification, the coffee drinks with correct receipt, and so on. So conclusion, as you see, the Spock is very different from JUnit, and it's maybe very struggle when you first time trying to use it. It look very specific, but when I previously worked with JUnit 5 and TestNG, I write a lot of tests. But when I learned about Spock and start examining it and start to use it, it's very hard to me to write test in JUnit because in Spock it's look always much more readable, much more clean, and I use less code because it good support for parameterized test, and it's act as a very good documentation. So it's all for the presentation. We already spent a lot of time, so we have maybe some minute for a question, and I will try to answer your question.
Yeah, hello, Igor. Thank you for your amazing talk. We have a lot of comments, actually, and one of my favorite is about that no test for presentation lead for production break. So next time we create more tests for our presentation. And also, It was one notice that you are using white theme in your IDE. Do you use it in your normal life while you're coding, or just for presentation?
The question very related to our presentation. Yes. Actually, I specifically switched to light theme to prepare slides. Generally, I prefer dark theme, usually. But when I prepare the presentation, I decided to use light theme.
All right. Also, there are some expressions. The spoke is really awesome. And you got some colleagues from Riga who also trying to use this framework. What about questions? I know there is one amazing feature in Spoke. It's pending feature. Maybe you could tell us more. We have some time, and you can share it with us.
Yes, I agree. Let's talk about this feature, pending feature. And before I talk about pending feature, I should mention that Spoke also include conditional testing. We can use ignore if, require if. The similar as in TestNG or JUnit. For example, we can require some specific operation system or some environment variable have to be set. I work in one project that have deployed the product to more than 100 countries, and some countries have specific requirements, and some code have to work only for these countries. So when we run test in environment, we check the variables, and if it's for Germany, we run tests that it for Germany. This is normally used for TestNG and JUnit, and Spoke it also have. But I would like to talk about pending feature. It's a special annotation. For example, we would like to implement fill method. Yes, and method is not implemented yet. And we would like to use TDD approach, test-driven development. So for this class, I write, for example, specification and mark this specification with pending feature. It's not disabled, no implementation. I have no implementation at the moment. Yes, when I run this test, it test actually executed and it fails. But in case it fails, Spoke ignore this test. This is normal behavior. And if I make implementation and test successfully executed, only in this case it will fail and show that its feature is already implemented. Yes. Now run with pending feature. You can see that all test cases passed, but the main test it failed. Why? Because I required to delete this annotation at the at this moment, because I'm already implemented this. And now the test passed successfully. In which situation it's useful? For example, you split your process in two stages. The first stage, you write test for requirements. You make pull request. You have review for your specification from different people, from QA engineer, from business analytic. You discuss, okay, this specification is good. Yes, you write, you created correct specification. And then you merge this specification into the development code. So you have test, but no implementation. With pending feature, it is possible. And pending feature guarantee that test is run and it is read. Because in TDD, it's very important to be sure that you have read test. The test is failed. Yes, when no implementation. And this annotation guarantee make you confident. Yes, my test is failed. And the second, you discuss the specification, you can eliminate any possible misunderstanding, any possible bugs. When you write specification before you start implement the code, you avoid it, you find the bug early by communicating with business analytic, with a requirement engineer who makes the requirement when you write the specification. And in the next stage, when you get task to make implementation, you have already written test, and it's very easy. Make implementation, then test fails, because you have to delete this annotation pending feature. You delete this annotation and make second commit with your implementation. This software development life cycle in this step divided into two stages. The first stage, writing specification, make review of the specification, change all misunderstanding or something if wrong, and after it's okay, it's merged, you can make implementation. It's a true test development approach.
I see. Thank you for this answer. So, Roma, do we have some minutes? We have one more question.
Yeah, sure.
Chat.
Exact time for last question.
Yeah, last question. Can we say that Spock is one-stop shop for testing? Besides, how do you see the popularity trend of Spock framework?
Look, the Spock is the youngest framework among TestNG and JUnit. And if you check how many contributors right now, you can see that TestNG, JUnit, and Spock has more than 100 contributors. And if you compare stars, it's almost the same Spock and JUnit, and more than 3,000 for Spock and 1,800 for TestNG, if I correct. Yes. So by stars, it's developer make many stars for Spock framework. Even it's much less popular in production. It's not so popular, but everybody who start using it very like it, and make stars and use it. And it's very actively developed right now. It's you can see that it's very actively, and it's more than 10 years on the market. It's already used by many companies, and it's very matter. Very good framework.
All right, so we are out of time, and guys, we are glad you to invite our Discord session where me and Jegor will be available for some time, and we can continue discussion about this amazing framework. And, thank you.
So thank you very much, Igor. Thank you very much for your great talk. I saw huge reactions in the chat, so really cool that guys like this framework. And I saw the comment that somebody used this framework from 2009, so that's kind of amazing, kind of huge time. So thank you very much for information, Mariana. Thanks a lot for moderating this session, guys. Now moving to Discord, so you may find Igor and Mariana there to discuss more about framework. We will have now some talking in the break. You may fill it with discussion zones, and then please come back to more talks. Links to the discussion zones will appear in the chats. Yeah, so thanks again, and hope to see you soon on further conferences. Bye. Okay, meanwhile, guys are moving. I would like to invite here to our stage the representative of Java Competency Center, the administrator of Java Competency Center. I would be honest. This is the person on whom everything is handing. You know, like anything is happening, anyone have a question, they come to her. So I would like to welcome here Irina. Irina, hi, welcome to Java On Conference.
Hi, Roma. Thanks a lot. Thank you for introducing me. So, hello everyone. Thank you for joining Java On Conference. Great to have hundreds of participants from different locations on this event, and I'm sure we will enjoy the agenda and take our time to network. In the same time, I would like to use this opportunity to talk to you about something bigger, something more critical and vitally important. Let me tell you about my home country and the way we live here right now. Since February 24th, the world has changed. All of us are witnesses of Russian aggression against Ukraine. This war is deeply personal and sensitive for people in many countries. From the first days of the war, EPAM stands with Ukraine. EPAM's volunteering initiatives are stronger than ever. I believe it won't be an exaggeration to say that right now, everyone from EPAM Ukraine makes some efforts and volunteers to help. During this Java On conference, we encourage you to join this movement and support Leleka Foundation to help Ukrainians survive after Russian attacks. Winter in Ukraine is cold and medics need thermal blankets, diesel generators, electric heaters, and other equipment to keep wounded people warm and save their lives while providing them first aid or preparing for surgeries. Your donations are an easy and transparent way to help those suffering from the most brutal war in Europe in the 21st century. Every donation matters as it can save the life of a brave Ukrainian. The entire world stands with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. That's why we encourage you to drive changes for the better, not only in industry, but in the world. Use the QR code to share the warmth, donate, and make a difference today. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina, very much. Thank you for these words. Guys, you may find all this information on the screen and on our We Are community page. It's always there. I want to say that a huge part of our team is located in Ukraine, in Kharkiv, in Kiev, in different cities. So I want to thank you all, guys, for taking part in preparing this conference. I know how hard it was. So thank you very, very much for making it happen. Irina, thank you very much for the conference.
Thank you.
Hope we will see you again. See you.
Sure. Bye.
So guys, we are back and we will have a preparation for our next speaker. Before we do that, I want to show you. So first of all, our next speaker on this stream, and I'm really glad to invite her in this virtual studio in a couple minutes. Just give me a second. I will say some words and I will invite her. This is Karin-Aleksandra Monoid. She will present a great topic regarding functional languages. This is awesome to be honest, I will be honest. Like, if you think that functional language is not for you and you should have like PhD to understand that, that's not true. So just listen for this talk, you will change your mind. On the orange stream in parallel, we have a talk from Peter Verhas about documentation in the code and how to maintain it and make it easy for you. If you think this talk is more easy for you, just click on the link in the description and you will be forwarded to the orange stream. As a reminder, we have a Discord channel. We have a Discord channel, Discord server where you may go and check all this stuff and a lot of channels and a lot of things. So use this opportunity to have a collaboration with other participants of the conference, to have a talks, and also we have discussions on there. So after the talk, we encourage you to go there and join our speakers and moderators in discussion of the topics if you think it would be interesting for you. Okay, I think I'm done with talking, and I'm glad to invite to my virtual studio our next speaker, Google Dev expert, Karin-Aleksandra Monoid. Karin, welcome to Java On Conference.
Hi, so really glad to have one last conference before the end of the year. So
yeah,
also, it sounds like my cat is not happy having me here.
Yeah, that's happened. Also, let me invite here the moderator of your session, Sergey Igoretsky. Sergey, hi, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me today.
Cool. Nice to have you both guys here. So I, before each talk, I ask speakers about maybe some spoilers, what this talk would be about. A lot of speakers decline. They say no spoilers. You will see the talk and understand everything. So Karin, same question to you. Will you give us some spoilers about your talk?
Well, I guess the main spoiler you already had in the presentation of my talk. So no PhD is needed to understand functional programming. However, I would say it's interesting to see how every JVM-based language handles all the popular concepts of functional programming, and not every language is done the same. So for example, whenever we are hearing the scary word Monoid, does it imply the same in Java, for example, or in Clojure? Well, the answer is, well, not really. So yeah, functional programming has a different flavor in every language, but it's still not scary and still doesn't require a PhD.
Yeah, that's really great that you mentioned that now a lot of Java-based languages are trying to bring more functional things inside. Well, a lot of people say that Java is just trying to mimic the other languages like Scala or Kotlin or Groovy, where the functional was from the beginning, and just bring more functional to it. What do you think of that?
Well, I will say that Java nowadays is still not as elegant as Scala, for example, and it doesn't benefit from all the functional elements. Let me know if I should ask my cat to leave my room.
If it's possible.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe we should invite cats to.
Yeah, or we may. By the way,
it will be more fun.
I want to say that we have a lot of pictures. So it's so nice, so cute.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say that we have a lot of pictures on Instagram, as we have this activity of posting how I watch Java on. So a lot of people posting the photos with their pets. That's amazing. People are watching the conference with the cats, with corgis, and so on and so forth. That's so cool.
So yeah, my take is, well, I guess Java. My take is Java may not look the best option for functional programming because the syntax is still overloaded a bit. I will show you this later in my slides. However, I will say I definitely like the direction that Java moves forward. And I guess with functional programming, there's always a problem. Like a lot of niche languages are benefiting from functional programming, but it's really hard to adopt them because there are not a lot of candidates in the pipeline and everything. So I will talk about this also in the end. So yeah, let's see what awaits us in a couple of following years in Java.
Okay, cool. Maybe well, small question also from my side. So, as an engineer, what would you suggest to look at to start well learning functional programming in Java specifically? So I know there's a lot of resources on Scala and so on, but for Java, what's the entry point?
Well, that's a good question. So I would personally start with looking into what Stream API brings us to. So like it has a lot of typical functions for functional programming like map, flat map, and everything. I will cover this also later. But yeah, this is something that I will start with as an like Java enterprise developer.
Okay, cool. So it seems that we have already like 8 years of Java 8. So I think most of the engineers are already familiar with Stream. So I suppose that the learning curve would not be so hard for them.
That's amazing, but still, I meet engineers who they say like, yeah, Stream API that was kind of new. Maybe I should have a look at it. Come on, it's like a lot of years passed.
Yeah, it's always like surprising for me like that Java 8, as I mentioned, like more than 8 years passed since the release, and yet we're still like discussing like, hey, I'm familiar with Stream API, that is so many enhancements already came to the language itself. So yeah.
So guys, just if you, for example, thinking still like, should I have a look on Stream API or not? Yes, you should. Like, basically turn off the conference, you will see it in recordings, and have a look at Stream API. Because, yeah, this is something you definitely should have a look. If you already have, well, cool, you with us. Then have a look on something from Java 17, I don't know, records, and have a look on the other languages. So yesterday we had a talk about Scala from Alexander Savin. He shared some insights about that and made some announcement about this talk from Karin. And yeah, so this is what we will talk about today. Okay, I think we may move to the talk itself. So just a reminder before start. So we're collecting your questions, and we have Sergey here who will help us in collecting the questions and ask them. So we have 3 chats basically. We have a chat here in YouTube. The simplest way, just type your question and we will have it here. Second option is our Discord server, where we have discussions and where we have special chat dedicated for this talk. So you may post your question there and we will have it there. And also we have a chat on We Are Community platform. You may use it as well. We monitor it and we take questions from all 3 places. And last task from me, take the link to YouTube directly. Bring this link to your colleagues in all your work chats and say, hey guys, the great talk about functional programming is happening right now. You will miss a chance to participate if you won't join it right now. And please do that. We would be really glad if all your colleagues will come to us here and enjoy this talk with us. Okay, I suppose that's basically it. Karin, Sergey, good luck in this talk. Floor is yours. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction. And let's get started. So my name is Karin, and today I'm going to talk about Treasure.map, functional programming in JVM-based languages. So why this talk exists? So I had a great opportunity of teaching the people from a very enterprisey Java background, and we started a brand new project in functional Kotlin, and there were interesting points that were really difficult to understand and really scary for them. However, I think we did a great job in learning how to work with functional programming and how to approach the functional style. This is one point, and another point I will introduce to you a bit later, but first, a little bit about myself. So I'm a senior software engineer, and I have a background in various programming languages like Kotlin, Scala, both on front end and back end, but also Clojure, a little bit of Java, and Golang, which is absolutely not functional. I'm based in Germany, in Potsdam, and I'm living here with two really nice cats. One of them you've seen in the introduction of my talk. And last but not least, I'm a Google developer expert in Kotlin. A fun fact about myself, at least twice I got a feedback that people came to my talk about functional programming, not because they are interested in functional programming or interested in Kotlin, but they really liked my cats and really wanted to see them live once again. So as I mentioned, I had an opportunity to teach people with various backgrounds functional programming. Another interesting point in general is that people are scared by how functional programming is represented. Even on the conferences, there is a big problem that people are really fine with talks about internals of the JVM, bytecode, everything. But whenever they hear a word monad, everyone is losing their mind and like, no, like monads are way too scary. I'm not going to this talk, sorry. And I think it's also a big problem in the community where a lot of talks about functional programming are started with the slide about theory of the categories. So people don't really understand what's going on. And in the most cases, in my opinion, that's not needed, which is why I want to show you an overview, somewhat entry-level talk, which will be not academical and not strict, but I hope that it will give you a clearer view why elements of functional programming are something that you could incorporate in your code base on the daily basis. So our today's agenda will be elements of functional programming, monads, error handling, and when to use. So why monads and error handling? Those are two interesting applications of functional programming that everyone can use. And elements of functional programming, that is something that we will start with. I will show you examples in 5 languages. In Kotlin, Java, Scala, Clojure, and Groovy. All of them are JVM-based languages. However, every language has its own flavor and its own approach to functional programming and what you can do with it. So let's get started. Elements of functional programming. As the software engineers, we are dealing with the problem of complexity on the daily basis. And we are trying to solve it in a different ways. So for example, using different paradigms of programming, for example, object-oriented, when our logic is scoped to something smaller, like objects. However, there is another approach called functional programming. So what parts are essential for functional programming? Well, as you can tell from the name, functions is the most important part of it. Those functions are pure, have no side effects, are lazy, so they are calculated only when we need them, not when we define them. The application is stateless, and we are dealing with immutable data. Let's get started with pure functions. So what exactly is a pure function? A pure function is such a function where same input yields the same output. So for example, when we have a function called increment, for example, and we define it on integers, we know that every time we pass 1 to this function, we will get 2. When we pass 2, we will get 3, and so on. And every time we will pass 1, we will get 2, and the same rule holds for every possible input that we define this function on. The second property of a pure function is there should be no side effects. A side effect could be imagined as something that is outside of our control. So for example, the database. We can try to write something into the database. However, this database may not exist, like the AWS may be down or something outside of our control happened. So we cannot be sure that every write to the database will yield the same result. So most of the side effects are something IO related. And technically, I would say writing logs may be considered like not so pure enough. However, the main point here is, as I told you, this chapter is called Elements of Functional Programming, which is why we are talking about pure functions as a perfect concept and something that we are striving for when it fits, but not every time. And we are not trying to convince our auditors or business owners that no, we won't store anything into the database and we will not write any logs because it's not fun, it's not functional, it's not pure. So no, we are not doing this. It's the same thing as an object-oriented programming. We don't write every hello world in an object-oriented way. Sometimes we are referring to procedural programming. And the same is true for functional programming. We are trying to do our best. However, we are mindful when it's best to use that and when to refrain from it. And the last property is every function should not alter any global state. So since, as you can see, we don't like change any data, the second important concept for functional programming will be immutability. Every language has own built-in things related to immutability. So for example, Java now has records, and before that we had finals. In Kotlin we have vals, in Scala also, and various collections. In Clojure, everything by default is immutable. And in Groovy, we have various annotations for that. Also, Java and Kotlin have their popular functional programming frameworks. For Java, it's Bower, and for Kotlin, it's Arrow. But first, let's take a look at the types of the immutability. I roughly call them true immutability and reference immutability, because not every immutability is the same one. So taking this example, when we have final list assigned to arrays S list, we cannot reassign it to anything else because it's final. However, we can alter the content of the list itself using, for example, set. There are some workarounds with wrapping it, for example, into unmodifiable list, or use list of instead of arrays as list. However, the interesting point here is, since it's just called list, we cannot simply tell which type of immutability awaits us, because we can still call set or for example, clear, remove, etc. However, it may result into a runtime exception. Also, the deep structures and nested structures are typically not covered. Okay, that's for Java, but is there something interesting in other languages? Groovy is roughly the same as Java, but it has a nicer way to cast the collection to immutable counterpart. Scala has three types of immutability. Scala collection, where you cannot modify, but someone else might be able to. Immutable, when nobody can modify it. And regular mutable collections. However, in immutable, the nested structures, if I recall correctly, are also not covered. In Kotlin, the situation is roughly the same. However, immutable collections needs to be imported from the outside, namely Kotlin-X collections immutable. In Clojure, everything is truly immutable. Well, technically, you can import mutable collections directly from JDK, but we generally assume that if you're doing that, you are ready to face the consequences of that. So good luck. And yeah, that's it for the collections overview. And the question is, so since all the collections are in some way immutable, how do we deal with the data that we have? Like, we cannot say, like, write once and do not touch anything. And for that, we have multiple functions that are considered standard for functional programming, because while we cannot change the existing structures, we can create a new one based on the previous ones. Let's start with map. Map function is quite straightforward. So for every element, we are taking it and transforming it. And the important property here is the size is preserved. So for 4 frogs, we will have 4 unicorns, and so on. For Java, most of such functions are in the stream API, so you will implicitly cast it to stream. And in Groovy, you can notice that the naming is a little bit different. I think it's related to the fact that the functional programming was introduced to Groovy a little bit earlier than that it was more or less standardized across the industry. And some naming in Groovy is better or worse, but let's see. Here it's called collect. It works exactly the same. It just has another name. And in Clojure, everything is also the same, just in the different order. Cool. Now we have map. What else? Filter. Let's filter unicorns out of the frogs. I personally don't like the name filter because it's always confusing. What does this name imply? Because it can be keep if predicate matches or remove if predicate matches. In all those languages, it's keep, and Groovy does here a great job calling it find all, because you don't have to remember which kind of filter is that, although I will say filter is mostly keep filter. And yeah, you're just passing the predicate by which you will filter the existing collection. The next one is a little bit more complicated, and it's called fold. Fold is when you have multiple elements in your collection and you want to collect them back into a single element. So for example, if you have a list of integers, you may want to sum them or multiply them. A fold typically is represented by a function that will be applied to the elements and the starting element called accumulator. So for multiplication of integers, I will start with 1. For concatenation of characters, I will start with an empty string, and so on. In Groovy, it's called inject. In Java, it looks a little bit different from anything else because it's implemented via collect and collector. Collector is actually a structure of 4 parts: the supplier, the initial element, reducer, the instruction of how to add one more element to the initial one, merger for parallel stream, how to concatenate 2 intermediate results, and finisher what to do in the end. For example, one may do string builder to string. A typical collector that you may know is toString or toList. The next one is flatten. Flatten is when we have a nested collection, for example, a list of lists, and we want to push the elements out of the nested function, of the nested container, and bring them to the same level. It's, I think, more a visual thing, which is easier to understand with this emoji part. And the interesting thing is Java has no flatten. However, Java has a flat map function. A flat map function can be imagined as a combination of map and flatten operations. So when our map result will be ending with a nested structure, our flat map function as a finishing move will lift the elements from their, let's call them internal containers. And out of all of these functions, I would say flat map is the most important one. Why? Because it's related to monads. So let me introduce you to monads. Like everyone knows that a monad is just a monoid in the category of the end functors. So yeah, that's true, but that's not helpful for the most of us. Can we think of a simpler approach to understanding the monads? Well, I figured out that it's better to go by example. So, do you know monads? Maybe, maybe not. But have you used a list? That's a monad. So why exactly list is a monad? Because in simpler terms, a monad is a type, an instance of which can be created. So for example, list of, and which has a flat map function. There are also monadic laws to guarantee consistency, but we won't cover them here for the sake of simplicity. And Scala really benefits from monads and flat map chaining using pattern of monad comprehensions. If you have a long chain of the calculations, for example, on the list, you can replace it with for yield. If the monad context is the same, so if everything here is still a list, it will be automatically unwrapped, the necessary operation will be applied. And the good news here is a list is not the only monad. There are more, especially in Scala. For example, option. Option is such a type where there may be value, for example, sum 5, and they may be no value, so none. And the flat map can be imagined roughly as the flat map for the list. So sum of sum 5 will be lifted to sum 5. And the same syntax will be used for monad comprehensions over options. Other languages don't have monad comprehensions out of the box. However, in Java and Kotlin, you can introduce them via external libraries. So for example, for Kotlin, it will be Arrow. So can we have another example of a useful pattern for functional programming on the day-to-day basis? And the answer is sure. Let's go to the error handling. Let's start with Java first. So if something is wrong, we know that something may go wrong in our function, we will write something like this typically. If something's wrong, throw new exception, and that's totally fine. Then we will handle it somewhere by writing throws in the method signature. And later, when calling this function, we will write something like this, try, catch, maybe finally. And this works, and it's absolutely fine. But maybe I would like to use some newer Java, and I want to use the stream API. So I will write something like this in stream range for each and color function. However, the bad news is I cannot do that because test function has a checked exception, and I will be forced to handle it somehow. For example, I could write try catch right here in the place, but it doesn't really look nice, and the benefit of the Stream API is questionable in that case. So the typical pattern for handling such the situations will be wrap a function into another function. I called it hide exception, which won't throw a checked exception, and then unwrap it into something else later. So that's unfortunate. How do other languages deal with this problem? The good or the bad news is in Kotlin, Groovy, Scala, and Clojure, checked exceptions are gone. Well, is it for good or for the bad? That's debatable. However, the same function will be rewritten into a really short way in all of those languages. That's great. However, one may want to know that something, or like show that something may go wrong at some point. How do languages deal with that? Groovy doesn't, so like you don't have any checked exceptions, so like accept and move on. In Kotlin, however, we have multiple options. For example, null. For the simple cases, when, for example, we are parsing an integer from the string, we can just say to int or null. We will get null if it's not parsable into integer, or integer if everything goes fine. And for the simple cases, it's absolutely fine to do that. However, even here, one may want to differentiate between, for example, integer was like way too long and it's a proper number but too big. Or, for example, this was an absolute not number, not a number string, some alphanumeric randomly passed to this function. So those are two different cases, and sometimes I would like to know the difference. Well, what else does Kotlin have? Kotlin has a so-called result type and multiple functions to do that. So for example, run catching will give us out the result type, which we will handle later with, for example, on success, on failure functions. However, there is no more information than from nulls, in my opinion. And run catching is actually really greedy. It catches everything throwable. And in my experience, I already seen when run catching code out of memory exception, out of memory error, and it was not so fun to figure out. So, well, sometimes there are situations when we can list all the possible failures or errors, and we can explicitly define them using seal types in Kotlin. For example, imagine we have a function to invest, and every investor knows that there are only 3 possible outcomes out of every investment. It's successfully invested, you lost money because you did a bad choice, or the economical crisis happened and everyone lost their money. And what's interesting here, it's often used in the pattern when there is only one happy path and multiple failures. And we can actually benefit from that, as you will see later. But let's take a look at Scala first. Scala has the similar to nulls function, but it's to int or option, which we've already seen. It's a Monoid with a flat map function. And another interesting structure in Scala is either. Either can be left and right. The mnemonic here is right is right. So on the right side, we will store the result of a successful call. And on the left side will be something explaining what exactly went wrong. So for example, here, find user resulted in some user not found. For example, as you can remember, we described in Kotlin with seal type, you can do something the same, something roughly the same in Scala, and pass user not found to the left side of either. What's important here, as an option, either is also a monoid. So you can chain your calculations if they're keeping their context. So for example, you can do find user ID, and based on that ID, you can call balance later instead of chaining and unwrapping them from the either container. For such chainings, the important rule here is if either on any point turns left, the chain is stopped and this left result is returned as the main result of this chaining calculations. So for example, if find user will return something like left user not found, we are not going to calculate the balance for this one. While Scala is the only language out of those, it's interesting that we can add either to Kotlin and Java using external libraries. So for Kotlin, it will be arrow. So how do we handle problems in Clojure? Like you're using REPL to test all your hypotheses. It's interesting to know that Clojure is known for being functional language. However, it's not really benefiting from monoids, and you won't really find a lot of monoids in Clojure libraries because you cannot really benefit from them here. So what can you try with all those languages? As I told you, Closure is the best used with just REPL. For Scala, you can try cats or Zio, or maybe there's something you hear already. For Kotlin, try Arrow. And I guess for Java and Groovy, the best choice is still Vowr. However, I don't think it's gaining more popularity in the last year or so. The conclusions of this talk are: you are already using the elements of functional programming in your daily life. So you're using the Stream API. Those are also functional elements. So as you are not using pure object-oriented programming, you also shouldn't try, if you don't need to use purely functional programming. Another important point here is consider the support of libraries. So introducing Arrow to Kotlin is quite popular, I would say. However, introducing Vowr or some exotic library for Closure may be something that you shouldn't do right from the beginning if you don't have knowledge about the state of the ecosystem of every language. And while introducing your team to the new approach to software engineering, you have to consider their knowledge because, for example, Closure is a quite niche language and it's really hard to hire people because there are not a lot of people using Closure, and even if there are a lot of people that want to use Closure, you will still have to introduce it to them. So it's a lot of maybe onboarding costs. And functional programming is still gaining its attention, and it's not a standard in the wide sense. However, it's the more and more projects are written in such a way. And the last point, but not least, that I hear about functional programming is that immutability may be a bit slow. And I will say sometimes this argument is done in a really bad faith, and the benchmarks are done onto, for example, sorting algorithms, and it's written in that way that I wouldn't write it in the functional style. So the comparison face to face just doesn't make sense. And for example, I had a great experience with Kotlin and Arrow in the project that dealt with financial fraud, and it worked just fine and quite fast. And in my opinion, if you consider functional programming slow in general, maybe JVM-based languages may be not your first choice, and you are trying to solve the wrong problem. And yeah, I think that's it for the main points, and I will be happy to answer all of the questions if you have them.
Yeah, we have some. Yeah, okay, Sergey is with us.
I'm always here. Okay, so yeah, actually we have a couple of questions from our audience, and let me start with the very first question from Andrei. So we usually compare size of code. Is there any way to compare readability of code? So I believe the question is the readability of a functional style and well, the regular approach.
That's a good question. So I cannot think of any really good metric of how to compare truly. So in my opinion, it really depends on how do you write it. You can write really bad functional code. However, you can write really, really bad object-oriented code when an object is an object and it inherits another object. So like, yeah, I don't have a proper metric. However, I don't think that a functional code is less readable than any other. Although I will make a remark about Clojure. It's written in a completely different way, and coming from Java, it may take some time to adjust to it, because seeing 2 plus 2 as plus 2, 2 may be a bit overwhelming.
Okay, yeah, I also think that it's very subjective metric when we're talking about readability, and it always comes to my mind this quote by Martin Fowler that good programmers write code that humans can understand. So it's very subjective. All right, let us move on to another question. I can see question from Tatiana. So is it a good approach to combine different paradigms in a single project like OP and functional style programming?
Well, I think absolutely. So, for example, even if you're a Java developer, you may really benefit from Stream API and handling the collections. So I think it's a really good start by just combining them.
Yeah, and speaking of a good start, we have another follow-up question by Tatiana. So as for the newcomer, for example, in Java, is this a good idea to learn, well, functional programming features at the very beginning, or it would be better to strengthen your OP knowledge first?
Well, it depends what exactly is the very beginning. So really depends on how do you learn the language. So I think starting with Stream API, for example, can be done quite fast. And I think actually thinking of a language and architecture are two separate skills, and there is like they are more parallel, not like interchangeable.
Yeah, I remember when I just started to getting used with the stream approach in Java. To me, it looks very natural. I mean, you just type and it's very natural. All right, so no more questions from the chat, but I have my own couple of questions. So we
Sure.
covered typical use cases for functional programming. So, but from your point of view, when you should definitely not use any functional programming approach.
Well, I guess there may be some cases when you have the requirements for like really high performance, and but it's like the level when you want to tune your JVM and like do really low level stuff. Another interesting point that I always make is sometimes your team just doesn't have any knowledge for a critical project that has to be done tomorrow. Yeah, and sometimes you just don't have capacity or budget for hiring the experts. And in that case, I may expect that the functional approach, when you have no experience in your team, may be a wrong one. So introducing of elements of functional programming would work just fine in the team even without the experience. So for example, even Monoid comprehensions in either in Kotlin was something that we were able to introduce from the day one, because everyone was like, okay, now I see it, and it's really readable. So like seeing a column of calculations and it looks pretty nice. However, yeah, as in every part of software engineering, it may be written in the non-authentic way and may be not readable or not maintainable. It's just almost the same as if Java developer suddenly switches to Kotlin. It will be written, but maybe not in the best way.
Yeah, using all these functional style could be fun and exciting, but you should definitely assess your team capabilities before moving on with it. Okay, I see Roman joined, so maybe any questions
Yeah,
from your side?
not a question. I just want to join the discussion because recently I made a talk on our local community regarding reactive streams, which has the same paradigm of functionality and about processing the data in functional styles in streams. And this is really not the easy way to change your way of thinking, because previously you think in imperative way, like, okay, I can do this and that, and now you should start thinking that you construct a pipeline, and you don't have data on the moment when you construct pipeline. You just have the you are on the next level of abstraction. So before you have data and code, now you have data, pipeline, and the code. I hope I describe it okay. So yeah, this is really hard, but it's really useful. And when you're able to understand this is so cool. Then you can control this. So yeah, just guys, if you haven't tried yet this style of programming, if you haven't tried yet Kotlin, Scala, Groovy, Clojure, or any other language which Java ecosystem which is functional by its nature, I know there would be people who would say that Kotlin is not, but still, try it. Try it, and you will see the power which you will have in your hands with that.
Okay, and we have another question from the audience. So speaking of some best practices, so any recommendations from your side on the best practices for the functional style? Anything that comes to your mind?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because I think every language has its own specifics. So there is no advice like one size fits all. So I would say try to keep your data immutable as a first step, because yeah, it saves you from some possible mistakes and errors. And that will be the first advice that I will give to any beginner here.
Right. Thank you so much, Karin, for your answers. I think we're running out of questions from the audience, so maybe
we also have a comments from the audience that you're awesome, and thank you very much for the talk. It was really great. So thank you very, very much. And yeah, by the way, the memes which you have in your presentation is just like great. So people just love it. So thank you very much for being here with us. It was really a pleasure to have you here, and hope to see you on our other conferences.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. So have a nice rest of the conference, and see you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So thank you, Sergey, also for moderation. And you may meet guys right now in our discussion zones in Discord. So I will post, already posted in the both chats. Thank you very much to Tanya for handling this. So yeah, just go to Discord, you'll meet guys there, and you will have ability to discuss more about functional programming and about all this stuff in deeper. So again, thank you very much for being here with us. Hope to see you. Bye. Okay, great talk, great time. Thank you very much for listening to it. It's not the end of the conference, of course. We're moving forward. So I want to remind you that we have the Discord server. The link to discussion zone is in the chat. Link to Discord server in general in the description. So please join it, and don't miss ability to have a collaboration with other participants and with our speakers. This is really cool that we have this ability, so don't miss it. I really do hope that you will enjoy it. Also, I want to remind you that we have a special contest on how you watch Java on conference, so you may make it a photo. I want to remind you that I made a photo on our previous break, and I posted it to Instagram and to Twitter, so it's there, you may see it. I tagged Java conference, and I tagged Java on Conf in Twitter. So also we have the Java on community activities channel in Discord. Maybe I show you this to you Here it is. So here you see we have all the announcement and we have all the tweets which comes with tagging. They are all here, and also a post from Instagram is also here. So it's nice to have it. So don't miss a chance, like just to be on server and just to share your emotions from our conference. We're really glad that you do this because this is the problem of online, basically, because when you're on offline conference, you see the faces, you feel the energy, and you understand that what you do is important, and people see it and people give you reactions. When we do it online, unfortunately, we can't see you. We know that we do some important work and we know that it should be interesting for you, but we want more of your reactions. So please send us your reactions, send us your thoughts about that, share with us your feelings, share these conference links with your colleagues, and this is what we really ask you to do. We're not trying to push, but still this is really important for us, for more people to see our conference, for more people to share with us this event. Also, I want to tell you that our next speakers here on Purple Stream would be Oleg Klimenko. Sorry guys. He will share information regarding, it's more about big data in Java world. It would be talk about Apache Spark and Scala. So we just had a talk about functional languages, and now we had a talk about Scala and architecture and live coding. So a lot of stuff will be there. And on the orange stream, we would have a Java champion, Dmitry Alexandrov, with internals of Helidon project. So we already discussed that previously, that not only Spring and not only Quarkus basically are frameworks for Java. We have really cool frameworks like Helidon, and they make the project Helidon Nima with bringing inside Helidon reactive streams and virtual threads power. So this is really cool one. Don't miss it. So it would be on the another stream. Link in the description. Orange stream. Don't miss a chance to have a look at this talk. I've heard this talk already. It's amazing. It's really some cool stuff which you should know for your work, for your day-to-day work, and for your career. Okay, so I think that saying that, we may have a short break. We will meet with you in 15 minutes. So depending on the time zone, hours different. So in 15 minutes, more or less, we will be back here. Don't forget about the photo contest. Don't forget about other activities and contests which is happening in our Discord server. There are some quizzes and some good stuff which you may participate in, and you may win IntelliJ license. It's basically not only IntelliJ but any JetBrains product license for a year. So don't miss this opportunity to participate. See you in 13 minutes. Okay, hello again. This is the last talk on the JavaOn conference. We're waiting for it. So we're really close to the end. Only last talk left on both streams. So I want to remind you that we have two streams here. One stream is here. It's called Purple One. And here we'll have a talk from Oleg Klimenko about big data, Apache Spark, and Scala, and things around that. And also we have Orange stream. You may find the link on the description. There would be a talk about Helidon project and about Project Nima. Guys already started as well, so feel free to join if you're interested in Helidon, reactive programming, and virtual threads, Project Loom basically. So link in the description. Please do that. Also, let me ask you, please. So, as I asked always, currently this is the last talk. Yeah, of course we'll have recordings and of course we'll have this, but please take the link to YouTube stream, bring it to your colleagues, say, hey guys, nice conference, I watch it all day. Please join us. Here is the link, like direct link to YouTube. You don't need to register on the platform. You don't need to register anywhere. Just join us on YouTube, this stream or that stream. We would be really glad if more people will watch us today. And we're moving to our next speaker. Our next speaker will be, as I already announced, Oleg Klimenko. Oleg, welcome to our virtual studio.
Thank you. Thank you, Roman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello,
and also,
everybody.
Yeah, and also let me invite here the moderator of this stream, Tatiana. Tanya, hello again.
Hi, guys.
Okay, so first question will be to Tanya. Tanya, how do you like our conference? I saw you were on different streams today, so what do you think?
Actually, trying to be everywhere at the same time, I possibly lost some interesting points. Still, I tried to do all my best to visit the most beloved topics for me. It was about clouds, definitely, and about some interesting features related to documentation as code, and a bit visited a functional programming talk from Karin. So there was absolutely amazing conference, at least till that point, and I hope and I know that it will be the same way as well during the final talks. So what I'd like to say in general is that I am very happy that I see some people who stay with us during the whole conference. I hope that they had a lot of interesting thoughts taken from this conference and definitely have had a lot of fun. Yep.
Great. Thanks for the comment. So, Oleg, I know it's quite early in your location right now. Am I right?
Yeah, that's right. It's early morning, but I'm ready, well prepared, and excited.
That's super cool. So I ask all the speakers, maybe you can give us some spoilers. Maybe what would be your talk about? How could it be useful for our audience?
This is usage of Scala for big data, and this is usage in interactive mode. So this is not our regular use when we prepare everything, get our program ready, compile, embed unit test, and then deploy. This is interactive mode, and this is interactive mode over big data using Apache Spark. That's the difference. And still, this is Java ecosystem.
Okay, that's really nice to hear. So I've heard that Apache Spark supports not only Scala but also other languages from Java ecosystem. So why Scala still?
Well, Scala is just because it's more concise, especially for big data. Less symbols, more powerful tool. Not as fast as Java, but for our purposes, which I will describe, it fit just well.
Oh, I know people who would argue with you about speed of these different two languages, but okay, let's leave it out of the bounds of this talk. So I think we may start the talk itself. So guys, just a reminder, we have 3 chats where you may send your questions. First one is here on YouTube, so just post a question in the chat, we will see it. Second one is on our Discord server, link to Discord server here in the description. You may find it there and join Discord server if you haven't yet. And third chat is on We Are Community platform. We monitor all of them and we'll collect questions from all these 3 chats. Also, I want to tell you that this is your last chance to participate in our competition on photo challenge, how you watch Java on. So make a photo, post it to Instagram or Twitter and tag us. And also we have some challenges in our Discord server. So basically this is your very last chance to participate in it. So don't miss it. Okay, saying that, Oleg, Tanya, good luck to you with this talk, and floor is yours. Java is on.
Okay. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Tatiana, and hi, everybody again. So I will be talking about my latest experience using big data tool Apache Spark and under Scala language. Apache Spark could be used using Python language, but we used it exactly using Scala because for our needs it fit well just much more better than using of Python. I will describe it during the course of the presentation. So what we will talking about big data in general, because well, our projects, recent years projects, they are in this area. I'll describe Apache Spark high-level architecture. What's more important than even architecture itself, this is data structures, because for big data, they are special. They should be distributed and reliable and fast enough. These data structures should be stored in proper file formats. And at the end, I will demonstrate live coding. Well, my opinion, using this overview of live coding features, it's enough to start working as junior data scientists using Apache Spark. Okay, so what is big data? Back in the days, like in earlier, well, 15 years ago, it was said that we have free V features to describe the data and to decide if it's big data or a regular kind of data. First of all, volume. If we can't process data using classical relational databases, we should engage big data. Velocity, second feature. So that means we have so great data pumping velocity that we should engage something different from our classical tools. And variety. We have so many different formats that we cannot well process it using different well classical tools. Nowadays we have added more characteristics to that. By the way, guys, I have a question to you. It would be nice if you send your answers. This is like my opinion, and it's still not settled set of characteristics what we should, according to criteria. What is big data? Could you please put your opinion in chat? What criteria should be applied for big data besides these criteria I'm talking about? So volume and velocity actually, this is a kind of current hardware limitations. So if we are not able to fit our volume or velocity of data inside disk or inside the broker, that means we need something different. So it doesn't fit within one computer. Variety of data means form of data, like structured, unstructured, and semi-structured. Veracity, this means data accuracy and quality, especially from during integration from different systems. We should check data quality and should not well reject improper data. Variability, this is more for Internet of Things when we have a lot of data and some sensors send us incorrect data. We should also filter on inconsistencies. Viscosity means data complexity, and volatility means data durability. And these characteristics, well, it depends on algorithms. Volume and velocity depends on hardware, and these logical things depend on algorithms. And nowadays, we more dependent on value, business value. What could I extract from my data? Because when big enterprises started to organize data lakes and to put all their data in a single really huge storage, they got lost. They got lost which value they could extract because they missed metadata. And metadata is also really important in big data world, because you can't extract proper data if you do not know the nature of your underlying data. Okay, so types of data. I have these categories: structured, semi-structured, unstructured, and graph. Again, guys, if you have another categories, please type it into the chat. It would be nice to see your opinion. Structured data. This is classical data like relational database, supported transactions, and this structured data type, it has quite strict schema validation. Unstructured is on the other hand, it's binary data. It's impossible usually to change part of the data. If you change in something, you have completely new version of this binary object, and schema usually could not be applied automatically to this kind of this type of data, unstructured one. Example is AWS S3 storage. Semi-structured, quite an interesting format. I had several projects engage in XML and JSON storage in database, in MongoDB, in relational databases, because currently relational databases support JSON really well. Why so? Well, one of the project, it was questionnaire survey-based project, and we were able to add additional questions and send out new versions and store answers exactly in the same format, because JSON is extendable. It's quite flexible validation, really interesting format. And graph format is the fourth one, really, well, attractive one, because Gartner predicted at the beginning of this year that this segment of tools, graph-oriented storages, will grow by 100% during this year. This year is not so successful in IT, as you probably know, but still it is growing. It's quite promising, because it is a mixture of data and metadata. And as I said, metadata is really important in big data world. Okay, let's move to the next one. Let's move to the Apache Spark itself. It is a tool, Apache Spark, written, by the way, in Java. That's why one of the reasons we switched to Java ecosystem and then to Scala, because API is more advanced using Java and Scala here. They provide recent features in Scala. So, well, what is it about? This is client-server architecture. One of interview questions for data scientists working in Java would be, what kind of architecture is it? It's master-slave architecture. and this is and we have two types of nodes here, two types of servers. Workers, which perform actually calculations and data storage, and driver. We from our application, we send tasks to driver, and driver using cluster manager sends these tasks to workers, which are powerful machines usually. Spark context is a logical thing, or well, I will explain about it a little bit later. It's a main entry point of all their operations. Frequently, Spark is compared with Hadoop because, well, those two tools, they are big data tools, and they have quite a similar approach in processing. They split tasks into stages, and intermediate calculations stored in memory when we work with Spark, and these intermediate operations stored on well, hard drive or storage, permanent storage in Hadoop. This makes Spark much more faster than Hadoop, and I don't really remember new projects recent years starting using Hadoop. Only maintenance, yes, a lot of maintenance for big companies projects, but no new projects using Hadoop. And a lot of new projects using Spark because of its advantages, because here I'm comparing Hadoop and Spark. Spark has lower complexity because it operates high-level API comparing to Spark. And in Hadoop, you should compile, deploy, and then after that you could see your results and if they correct or not. But using Spark, you do not need cluster. You could use interactive mode, and I will show you shortly how it could be used. And performance of Spark is well, exceeds performance of Hadoop. Okay, that's the feature. This is their architecture. Spark is quite a mature tool, like more than 10 years on the market. It has a core API available for all major big data languages. It could be run locally, or it could be run using different scheduler and task management tools like Kubernetes, Mesos, Yarn, and different kind of schedules. Spark works with almost all kind of storages: cloud, big data, relational storages, local file system. All these storages are available through libraries embedded in Spark. Spark has frameworks on top of all this, so it's possible to process data using language or SQL. Spark has a streaming framework, a machine learning framework, Graph, which I mentioned, quite interesting one, quite new for Spark, and also new framework, Spark R for R mathematical language. Let's starting to move to programming thing and to practical thing from theory. Main entity in Spark, this is Spark session. It could store different types of Spark contexts: regular Spark context, SQL context, streaming, and Hive for integration with Hadoop. On the left, this is code snippet from Scala language. I'm creating a master locally, enabling Hive support and making ignition of this session. On the right, I'm creating a streaming context with a window length of 1 second. and this brackets means I'm dedicating only 2 cores of my CPU to these calculations. Spark has this tool, Spark Submit, to send comments to server. It's not so complex, but quite wordy. So we are using address to send task. We are using different deploy modes. I will expand on this shortly. And we are specifying resource limits, and we are sending jar file to the cluster. Well, good thing is modern IDEs like IntelliJ IDEA, it supports all this command in our run tool, run dialog. Let me expand on deploy mode because it's important. Important at least to know. One could not and should not remember all the switches, but theory, how it works and why it's important, and it could be again a question on an interview for data scientists. So there are 3 modes: client mode, then we have client, driver, and executor working on local node. This is of course a mode for local development. Next one is a kind of also local development and testing, but it engages powerful cluster. So deploy mode in that case is a client, and the drawback is if driver fails, driver running locally, we are in Spark, we are losing all the calculations performing on cluster. So for production, of course, it's recommended to use driver and executor with deployment mode cluster running exactly on cluster. So nothing complex, just important to know. So local or semi-local or cluster mode. Data structures. Data structures are the key of Spark, and actually all the competitors, competing tools, they are started to steal this idea, and you can see like in pandas, in the Python pandas, we have data set word, data frame word, and similar data structure used. Well, there are 3 main data structures: RDD, data frame, and data set in Spark. And one, I'll just right now explain about distributed variables. This is like a short dictionary or Scala variable available on all nodes just for convenience or for counting something. This is distributed variable. Well, quite a simple data structure. But those 3 are quite important and quite complex one because they are distributed. RDD is unstructured data, quite first data structure in Spark. It shouldn't be used as it is because it's quite low level. It should be used only if you are going to manage partitions by yourselves, RDD. Data frame, this data structure is available in all languages, in Java and in Python, in Scala, because it's not typed. It contains a collection of raw objects. And dataset is a collection of serialized Java objects. So they are Spark serializes object for each row, and it stores remotely, and we are able to perform calculations on the nodes, sending logic to that data. That's the main feature actually. That's Spark is fast. We are not pumping data. We are not transferring data. We are transferring logic to the nodes where data are stored. And we are performing calculations without deserialization of these objects. So this is advantage of data structure, and only this data structure is available in Scala and Java when you are working with Spark Scala or with Apache Spark, because it's typed. It's not available in Python. So that's the advantage of Java and Scala for Spark. RDD, I'll expand. I'll give more details on each of the data structures on all of these three. RDD, resilient distributed data set. Resilient because it's copied in different nodes. Each portion of data are stored on different nodes. Main feature is immutable. Well, comparing for pandas, Python pandas, it's immutable. In Python, really similar data structure, it's mutable. And when we are working with data structure, we have lazy evaluation, like in our old good Stream API from Java. Only terminal operation invokes all the calculation. This data structure doesn't support any schema, and no optimization is possible for calculations. Starting from data frame, well, data looked like these in stored column by column in these data structures, and Spark stores also data type. So optimization is possible here for data frame. So we have named columns with data type for each column. Data set, as I said, is a storage of objects, serialized objects, not available in Python, because well, Python couldn't work with typed such a type objects. We do need encoders, but Spark provides all kind of encoders to serialize this object for this data structure. Well, that was data, and now we have operations or functions over this data, really similar to, again, Stream API. So this idea of why we are using Scala again, additional argument, because our developers were familiar with Stream API. Like, it's possible to filter, collect, map, count, take first and maximum, minimum, and sorting and reducing. All these functions available from the simplest data structure RDD, and they're available in dataset and data frame too. We have approximate function, which is quite interesting function, especially for click streams or data streams when we are still receiving data, and we are able to calculate some mathematical functions or aggregation functions on our live stream approximately. And of course, RDD could save itself into the file. Data frame functions, we have for this data structure, for data frame, some additional functions. We could show it. By default, it shows first 20 rows. We could select name, and we could perform basic mathematical and string-based conversions. Our values in column, for example, age. We could filter using expression inside string. We could group our data frame by a column and find minimum, maximum, and some other aggregate values. We have even window functions for columns in data frames. So it's really powerful. By the way, I have a question. If you can do a screenshot and type into the chat what this expression actually do. Could you guess? Not knowing Spark, but having just general SQL knowledge? What is it about? Exactly this window expression. Below, I have an example of classical solution of classical task, which is given for SQL developers during technical interviews. Find average salary for split by gender for people over 30 through different departments. So I'm filtering by age. I'm joining people and departments by department ID. I'm grouping by gender, and I'm calculating average for salary and age. So this is close to SQL, but even more advanced. It has more advanced features like calculating different aggregate functions. This expression could be fully convertible to SQL. So actually, the engine is the same, but we could write it in a select columns from a department and people where age is greater than 30 and so on. I will show you example later on how SQL looks like for this kind of. Well, let's make a review of functions or transformations. There are three types of transformations. Narrow means we are able to process data without transferring between nodes. And of course, if we are sending lambda expression in map function, we are able to send this lambda expression to each node, and it will calculate it internally on each node. So like filtering, mapping, those kind of functions are narrow functions working on a single node. Wide transformations, like for grouping, for reducing, sorting, they are, of course, need data from many partitions. But it's potentially dangerous because it could lead to cluster failure if we have a lot of data or perform different unwise joining. Actions, previous functions, they are working over that data on nodes, and these actions, they are extracting data to client. So we are able to see count, we are able to extract or take some rows, we are able to aggregate, iterate using for each and so on. So this is actions. I've already told about comparison of pandas. Pandas is a framework in Python. It's really powerful, but it has similar functions I've just explained to you about this count, join, take, and so on. They do have it, but it's more powerful actually. Pandas, I mean, more powerful than Scala. Yeah, that's it. Data are mutable. Pandas exercise eager execution, and it's good. And data scientists love it for ad hoc analysis. But Spark Scala has advantage because it could be still compiled, and it's more production ready because we have our old good CI/CD pipelines here for Java, and we could deploy it on server on cluster. Yeah, and pandas is single-threaded, so it's like for playing around for single data scientists, pandas, and Spark is more like enterprise-oriented thing. That's the difference. File format. Let's explain about this. Of course, Spark could work with text files, but only if the file contains quite a few number of rows. For files even starting with million records, we should use Parquet, Avro, or ORC data format, which are binary data format. And of course, we have integration with storages. What is the difference? Well, we have two types of file formats: role-oriented and data-oriented. Again, question to you guys. I'll try to explain, but what's your opinion? What is your use cases? When do we need a role-oriented format, and when we should prefer column-oriented format? Well, I'll explain technical things, and you could please explain, well, business case, when we should stick to this or that data format. Role-oriented format stores data row by row, and column-oriented stores data in a separate columns are stored in separate sections or even files, and we are able to fetch rows using the same offset. Say offset number 2, I could find data inside transaction ID by using this offset using account. The advantage is I should not scan all the raw data, and for some types of business operations, for example, for creating ad hoc reports, we have, for example, in ClickHouse tool. I'm not describing this tool right now, but it engages exactly column-oriented format for to be able to fast fetch data for ad hoc reports. But this is only for ad hoc reports, so this is different niche. Why I'm explaining these two types? Because we have exactly two types of binary format, row-oriented and column-oriented. So Avro, it's a row-oriented format. It's usually used in Kafka. It's row-oriented because we are processing row by row, actually, and it's really hard to calculate average age from Kafka topic. We should read all the blocks or all the records. Avro supports schema evaluation, and it has a tool, for example, tool from Confluent named Confluent Schema Registry UI, where we could upload different metadata for using this tool. And metadata is in text format here. That's important, and we could check it. Well, it's human readable, but data itself is binary, and the Spark could quite well work with this data format, Avro. Parquet is a native for Spark data format. It's space friendly because these files are compressed really well. It's oriented for reading and for querying. So it's like a database stored inside files. It supports a schema for different columns. It could be saved as a file. It could be saved as distributed files, and it could be saved as a local file. So it's good for backup and restore. let's compare it to IRC file. Again, it's different binary files. File. It's column-oriented file too. The difference from Parquet, it supports transactions, AC transactions. So again, this is a recap on comparison of row-oriented format like Avro and Parquet-oriented. So in Avro, we are storing row by row. In column, we are storing data in column by column. That's the difference. This is overview when we should use each format. Avro supports great schema evaluation, schema versioning. Compression is best in ORC. Splittability is good for Parquet, and it's also good on IRC. And Avro is row-oriented, Parquet and column, Parquet and ORC column-oriented. JSON, as I said, we shouldn't use it much. It's convenient for start of the projects to exchange understandable data, but it's not for actually big data. Okay, let's do some coding. Let's take a look what's actually a Spark using Scala. We have I will be demonstrating using Jupyter Notebook, old good Jupyter Notebook. Just I have changed kernel. We have two projects. One is outdated Spylan, and Almond is a quite good maintained project. It produces Scala kernel for Jupyter. So let me do the demonstration. So I've installed. It's enough to know, just enough to know that, and it could be searched inside internet, that we could use Scala language inside Jupyter, and you will find this Almond and the name Almond, and instructions how to install. I'm not going to install. I'm going just to show how it works. First of all, this coding will consist of two parts. So firstly, I will explain you some technical features, how to work with Scala, which entities do we have, which functions do we have. And second, we will solve real practical tasks for data science. Okay, so first of all, I need to import my libraries. It's imported. Now I'm changing login level. It's quite nosy by default. So actually, this is Maven dependencies. So we are able to import Maven dependencies here, and I'm importing Spark and Almond libraries. Then I'm creating Spark context. I'm assigning all my CPU cores to this Spark context, and let's create this Spark context, and then let's create RDD. How can I create RDD? For example, I can use a range, Scala range, from 1 to something like million, and split it to 100 partitions. So this is my first RDD containing of which contains int values. Okay, so far so good. What could I do using RDD? I could map. By the way, if I press Tab key on my keyboard, I have some hint. Not IntelliJ idea, but still something. Okay, so using Scala language, I could apply, for example, multiplication by 2 of each item of this RDD, and I could add 1 to and perform sum over this function. Okay, this is the result. So what else could I do with RDD? I could convert it to data frame. And what if, let's perform some basic operation over RDD. If I'm trying to apply sum, it won't work because I should, this is low level data structure, so you probably remember RDD. So I should tell it, I should convert its internal values to something meaningful. So I'm using lambda function, converting my raw object to some integer data type, and using this conversion, it's possible to perform. So again, this is demonstrations that RDD is quite low level data structure, and we should convert its internal things into something meaningful. Okay, let's play more with this data structure. For example, I have tuples of pairs of string and integer, and using this RDD of these pairs, I could solve quite an interesting technical task. I could find the biggest number of these pairs using this expression. I'll use reduce lambda function of 2 variables, and I will compare a second variable and return proper variable which is higher. So, and the solution is this tuple containing second parameter number, which is largest for all the tuples. Let's play with saving to data structure, because this is quite an interesting thing to save this file. Let me try to which I use data 5. We may. Okay. Okay, just it's possible to save into data files, but it will be saved in different partitions. If we do want to save it into a single file, into a single partition, we should use calls function. That's again a trick we should not forget when we are saving with distributed data structures. We should first collapse it using calls function. Again, this is an expression. If you can do the screenshot here and type into the chat, we have like 7 or 10 minutes left, and guess what's going on here. What this code using this knowledge we have just I've just explained. We have parallel function, we have mapping function, and actually joining. That's it. What this code actually does? Can you guess? Can you guess what does this code perform? It's quite advanced, but who knows? Probably. I'm not expecting a lot of answers. Probably no correct answers, but who knows? Guys, just do your guess. What's going on here? Dataset and data frame. Let's work with dataset and data frame. Import variable and create a context. Zip function. It actually kind of glue of 2 sequences, left and right, and it creates a tuple. Well, it's actually Scala. It's not a Spark specific. But we could create a data set using this list, and it contains unnamed column. Just Spark automatically numbered it, like column number 1, number 2, and it has this data set has types. But I could map it to class if I declare a Scala class containing name and value. I could easily map it to well, already serialized functions. And here is the difference. First dataset which I created from list, it contains unnamed columns, and this second dataset which I created using data row class contains data row serialized objects, and we could well have this advantage working with typed object from dataset. What else could we do? What else we could apply from Spark to our dataset? We could extract column, actually add the column. We have just 2 columns, and we could add column name merged, and I will apply concatenation to name and value column and add underscore here. So I added 1 field, and I can see that I have added some derived data to the data set. Okay, that was just the technical details playing with simple functions. Let's take a look into a real life example working with big data. Data for this example was downloaded from Kaggle, quite a known site. We have airplanes through United States for 2018 years, all for all the year, pumped inside a single file. So I could use only binary data here, data file. I'm using Parquet here because I tried to use text file like CSV, but upload speed, it's like ages. So what do we have here? Let's review. We will solve different big data scientific tasks using this data. So we have destination and origin. This is names of airports inside the United States. We have miles per trip, per flight. We have name of company, and we have price of ticket. This is the main valuable. Well, this is the work of data scientists started. In first example, I just played with technical things, with technical features, classes, but here data scientists should understand the data, and he or she should be really expert in the area, should understand and pump this metadata inside his or her mind. So I have this data. It's data frame, but I want a data set which is more advanced data structure. For that, I create class, Scala class, flight with all the fields corresponding to the columns from the data file. And I can convert data frame to data set. And now I have typed storage on my cluster. I'm checking. Visually, this is the same, but this is not just separated column. It's serialized object, flight stored inside. Okay, so I'm just preparing my Spark context for practical tasks, doing some imports. Okay. Let me correct my path. Okay. So I'm reading my data frame again, checking 1 million rows, showing data. So again, we will be working with airport of origin, airport of destination. We will use airline company and price per ticket. Okay. So first of task, let's calculate correlation and covariation between miles and price. Why this is important? We are going to determine if this is a honest pricing. If correlation between miles and price is the same, then price depends only on miles, and this is honest then pricing. Correlation is like 33%. Means price actually doesn't depend on miles, so it's more tricky pricing which company uses. This is one practical thing we could extract with data. And data scientists were quite frequently searching correlation between different fields, different columns, trying to understand are they related really, and should they be related, or are they actually related? Okay, we could easily define our quite a large data set. Just I'm reminded this is quite a large data set, and we could define different statistical features like count is simple statistical feature like mean, statistical mean, minimum, maximum, standard deviation of all this data, which could be used for our scientific models. Let's answer this question. Which company made the most of flights in this year? So for this, I need to group by field named airline company, and I'm going to count it, and I'm going to order by. In Scala, we could overload any symbol, including $sign. It's overloaded here, and I'm using descended sorting, and it should work. It should give me the airline company with the most sorted number of flights. Delta Airlines did the most flights in this year. Okay, we used overloaded symbols, but if we would be in Python, we could we should use this syntax like colon, not this syntax using $sign. Actually, result is should be the same. Okay, okay, and I could create a view. Why? Because I need something is happening with my. Okay, I could calculate the same amount of data, the same. I could calculate the same result using SQL. So here I have count from flight, group by airline company, order by count descended. So this is the same syntaxes I'm using for for SQL. Okay, let's find average price of all flights performed by the companies. Okay. Let me. How will it look like this average price? Again, I'm calculating data frame. I'm adding where clause. I already know that this company data airlines did the most flights. So I'm aggregating it, calculating average price and demonstrating it. Well, time is over. I just will be real quick here. How many companies flew more than 50 million miles for 2018? Again, I'm grouping by company. I'm performing some other miles. I'm just applying where clause to the aggregate function. And the last one function, find average earning for all companies for this year. Again, I'm grouping by company. I'm summing price. I'm calculating average for company, and I'm performing casting here. Colleagues, that's basically it. If we have questions, I'm open for it.
Thank you for the great presentation, and especially for the practical part, which was rather interesting and visually demonstrated us great abilities of usage Spark. So as for the questions, firstly, I see some replies to your questions, to the points which you would like guys to check. So the most of answers were about the part with the max in the function, so with the with column, etc. So in the first part, and the most so I see the responses that this is a removal column with max value or a row with max value. Or something like select max p over something as max p where. So what was it in fact, this row?
Well, first one is correct actually. So yeah, thank you guys. Yeah. What about the next one? The next task?
Actually looks like the next tasks were a bit more difficult because they don't see any actual replies. So after that, yep.
Sorry, guys.
Just mainly comments. Hopefully, guys, possibly the so guys who will look at this as watch this as a recording, you also have a great chance to post your questions in the We Are community platform in the comment section below this speech, and we will also check how attentive you are and whether you guess what actually this part of code was about. So, as
well, actually, this is word counting logic. Word counting in this string.
Yep, that's actually it was my guess, basically.
Yeah, it could be guessed without any understanding of what is going on here. Yeah, word counting.
Oh, okay. So I see Roma is with us. Roma, do we have some time to answer questions from the audience?
Yeah, we have. I just wanted to say that you may leave your comments not only in We Are community platform, but also on YouTube, where you're probably watching this stream or this video. You may just leave comments below this video, and we of course will receive all the information about that, and we'll share it with you.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So we're waiting for your replies, your comments while you're watching this as a recording. And for the ones who are watching us as a stream, continuing the Q&A session. So when using dataset is preferable to using data frame, and are there any trade-offs?
Yeah, this is a good question actually. Dataset is a type safe. So if we want, as I just demonstrated, work with a class, for example, and with class, we know which columns do we have, and we want to work with class as a data object, data transfer object. We should use dataset. Data frame, if we just do not care about how internally stored it's, but still we could work with names of columns, with types in data frame. And of course, again, most important distinguish here, data frame available in Python and dataset available only in Scala because of this work with typed object. So that's the difference. Python guys, they use data frames in Spark.
Yep, and actually, one more question from my side, since we do not have too much questions from the audience. So you've mentioned several languages with which currently Apache Spark works, and one of them was R language. So have you had any real examples of usage R in production?
Unfortunately, no. It's well, our language is like a miracle rainbow standing somewhere. Well, this is I've seen this is my like mathematical language. It's really concise, but no, I don't work with. I didn't work with it using Spark.
Actually, fortunately or unfortunately, I did. I saw it in the project where
What's your opinion? What's your
yep, looks like so I saw different experiments with languages across Apache Spark infrastructure in the project. So we have all of the possible options with which basically Spark can work, and R was for some kind of rather old scripts, and looks like it was built mainly by also by data scientists who started to work with some significant kind of bunch of data. And currently for us who need to understand already Java, Scala and Python scripts in Apache Spark infrastructure, seeing R, it's actually a bit painful. So this is something which I wouldn't recommend, because the syntax quite differs. So from both Scala and Python, I think. And as for me, also it's rather interesting that searching for some, so since I'm mainly a Java developer, but still need to work a lot with Apache Spark since last time, I need to search through a lot of ready solutions sometimes, and it's a bit difficult sometimes to find the proper response in Stack Overflow, because the syntax is so similar in Scala and Python, and sometimes to distinguish which reply is for which language, it's really difficult. So my question is, actually, you already mentioned that there are some specific features which only Scala supports. So, like datasets. Are there any other features which are specific for Scala and can't be reproduced in Python while working?
This is related to release management. So new features are available firstly because Spark ecosystem is being developed and there releasing new deliverables from time to time. So new features firstly available in Scala, and then they are creating wrappers for Python for these features. So new functions, statistical functions, calculation functions, well, storage functions, they are firstly available in Scala. And you could wait, should wait in Python for these new classes, framework features, and functions if you're working in Python. That's the difference.
Yep, this is kind of, I think, trend in case if something has different languages in implementation, so there is kind of the first and common language which gets all the updates on time, and after that there are a lot of wrappers. The same works for clouds or for any other frameworks, I think. Yep. And it's nice to hear that Scala is kind of pioneer for Spark in that area.
It is not so frequent, but for Spark, yeah, it's more native. It's more native Scala.
Exactly. And actually, you've compared Hadoop and Apache Spark, but also sometimes working with kind of in the area near the big data. I heard such framework as Apache Storm, if I remember correctly. Heard about some comparison between Storm and Spark as well. So have you had an experience with that possibly?
Actually, I don't know. I think no. I probably this is kind of well, it is similar. Yeah, I remember now. It is similar framework Storm. It's for real-time computation, but the difference is Storm is for data streams. That's the main difference. In Spark, we still have like already finalized most cases, finalized data set and data frames, and in Storm we have framework other streams. So that's the difference. There is some intersection because in Spark we have data stream functions, but this is not the strong point of Spark to work with stream. Yeah, there are similarities. They use just parallelization for calculation, but Spark for fixed data sets and Storm for real-time data streams.
Yeah, because I also saw a lot of amazing examples of the real-time processing of huge amount of data using Storm. So I think this might be also the next area which might be kind of interesting to the ones who would like to continue their endeavors in the big data area as well. Roma, I think you are waiting for us to wrap up.
Yeah, finally. I just could not interrupt such a nice discussion. You know, it's I would be just guilty if I do that. And I understand previous time when I was talking without microphone. So well, anyway, thank you very much, Oleg, for your great talk. Really great talk regarding all this stuff, and thank you very much for being here with us on Java On Conference. Tanya, thank you very much for moderation, for a great discussion after that. So still, you may find guys in discussion zone in our Discord server, so feel free to go there right now while we will close our conference. And yeah, so thank you guys again. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for your attention. Goodbye. Cheers.
Bye. Okay, well, not so many things left for us to do here. So that was a great day, I would say. Just wonderful one, right? And you know what? One more person is coming to the stream with me. It's Igor. Igor, hi. Hi again.
Hi again, colleagues. Happy to join again because I told on our stream on Orange Stream that this is not end. Please join. I hope you are here. Who joined from Orange Stream, please put in chat something plus, or I'm from Orange, or thank
Orange
you,
team forever, right?
Alexander, for virtual threes, or something like this. Or
Yeah.
put information, put your minds about presentation, about tech talks, what you like more. It's interesting. Getting your minds about this.
Yeah, just and also about Purple Stream as well. So just put a comments here, like, do you like the conference? How do you feel about that? Just Purple Stream also put pluses, also say like, I'm from Purple, I was here all the day. Yeah, we're waiting for your comments here on YouTube, and I see that something is coming. Cool. So, Igor, how was the Orange stream? How was that?
Amazing, Avissam. Frankly speaking, I'm just sitting now, and in my head, all our speakers from the very beginning, from the end, and I'm happy. I'm happy because I first time was watching these presentations, and a lot of very useful things inside. And I guess that some of these items I'm going to use in my project. I have a plan. It's not only like relaxation, it's something like learning. Yeah, so a lot of things. And as I told on our Orange stream, last our talk, it's about future of Java. And if you didn't get a chance to watch, yeah, please wait or go on the Orange stream and watch, because soon Java will be more performable. And as Mitya told, Spring can have some troubles in the future because heteronomia coming.
That's true.
Why are you talking about watch our last talk?
Yeah, so here on Purple Stream we also had a perfect presentations. We had a great talk from Karin about functional programming languages and how other languages in Java ecosystem holds the functional style programming. And also we had great talks about big data right now, and really nice quizzes were there. So yeah, guys, we hope you enjoy the conference. Few things left. So first of all, we tell you through all the conference that we have an activities in Discord, and that we will have the winners who will win prizes from us. So we have winners, that's basically it. So for Java on Rebuses, the winner is Artyom Dubovik. For Java on Cryptography Mini Challenge, the winner is Igor Sidorov. And for Find the Word Java on Quiz, the winner is Yuri Yegorov. So guys, we will contact you all soon. I would say till Monday, I suppose. So give us time. Give us time to contact you, and we will give you your prizes. If you will share your emotions about your prizes in Instagram or Twitter with tagging us, we'll be more than glad about that. So please do that. We will contact you soon. One more thing left. So we had the challenge of photos. So let me share my screen. So we had a challenge of photos. We had photos in Instagram, like these guys, they posted something in Instagram. Thank you very much. And also we have 2 photos in Twitter. Thank you guys as well. And now we will have winners. We will have 3 winners. So 3 winners will receive prize for us for photos. This is like random picking. So I will just click a button, and three names will appear. So are you ready, Igor? Are you ready?
Oh yes.
Okay, so like some drums,
some music,
and the winners are so these three winners. So Jan Mak 123 is from Twitter. Anton Lukyanov is from Instagram, and Nata Happiness is also from Instagram. So guys, we will contact you for sure very soon and give you your prizes. So as I said before, this is a certificate from JetBrains, one of our sponsors, to any product of their own. So you may choose IDEA or any other product if you want. We will contact you. Give us time. I suppose tomorrow or next week, Monday, Tuesday, más o menos, as we say in Spain. So we will contact you for sure and give you your prizes. Very last thing I want to do, I want to invite here to the stream all our moderators who was today with us. So it's Alex, it's Mariana, with a friend, with some fluffy friend. Alex, where is your friend?
It will be delivered in a minute.
Oh,
it's
okay.
on the go.
So Andrei also with us, Sergey.
Let me, a second, I will came with my Ales, Java dog.
I won't bring mine. It's it's another room because it will just handle all the place here, and they have some cables on the floor, so I'm a bit afraid. Yeah, nice, nice.
So is delivered.
Cool. We saw a lot of photos in Instagram and in Twitter how people watching our conference with their pets. So this is not the whole our team. Also, we have people who were on the other side of the screen. We have our video operators. We have our administrators. We have people who preparing all these activities and quizzes who are not with us. We have even moderators who are now in discussion zone. For example, Tanya and. Yeah, so that's not all of us, but this is a part of our team. We're really glad that this conference happened. We did our best to prepare it, and we really hope that you enjoy it. So we saw comments in YouTube that it was cool. Hope to receive more comments, and also there would be feedback form. Send it to you with ask to provide us feedback, how you feel about the conference, how do you like it. Please feel it. This is really what we need and what we're glad to. So,
and sorry, I want to remind that we are communities, yeah. So we made this conference. However, we're doing our best each week, each month, sometimes, let's say. So we have YouTube channels, we have the Instagram and Telegram. Join us. All links you see in the description. MGC YouTube channel. Please don't forget to subscribe. JaCoV, please do not forget to subscribe because we're going to place here additional videos about this configuration with small pieces of talk, and you will be able to get notification and send to your friends.
Don't forget about Mini Community, who also have ID Home Conference, and they have their own social network. So yeah, join us, join our information partners, and I'm pretty sure they would have also some good stuff there. So yeah, that's basically it. What a great day. I really love it. Perfect. So thank you guys for every one of you who were here with us the whole day. Thank you guys who are here with us visibly and who are here with us not really visibly, who are on the backstage. We really glad to deliver you this stuff. And thank for all the speakers who are here with us. Yeah, really great work they did. And thanks for them for being with us today and yesterday, of course. Okay. Let's wrap up. That was it for Java on Conference 2022. Hope to see you on Java on Conference 2023. Bye, guys. See ya.
Bye-bye. See ya.
See ya. Bye.